Will the aldermen please take their seats? Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2022-2023 Board of Aldermen Budget Deliberations. Today is Monday, April 25th, 2022, and we are continuing the department presentation portion of the 2022-2023 automatic budget process. Will everyone please stand up and join me as we pledge allegiance and salute our flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Secretary, would you please take the roll?
Alderman Archiola?
Present.
Alderman Beatty?
Present.
Alderman Broster? Alderman Casey?
Here.
Alderman Gurman?
Here.
Alderman Genitacio?
Here.
Alderman Harla? Here. Alderman Marlowe?
Here.
Alderman Moffett?
Here.
Alderman Mulrennan?
Here.
Alderman Picelli? Alderman Parente?
Here.
Alderman Vitro? Here. Alderman Vitale? Here. Alderman Willis?
Here.
13 present.
Madam Secretary, Robert Picelli would like to be excused for this evening. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Secretary. We do have a quorum. Is there a motion to come out of recess? We have a motion and a second to come out of recess. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We're out of recess. The first department on our agenda is the Transit District. Henry Jadak. Good evening, Henry. How are you this evening? Very, very good, thanks.
As you probably know, we operate the fixed route bus services, ADA services, train station parking in Milford. It's been a rough couple of years. Thankfully, we've been able to acquire federal funds to make up the difference in our budgets, as cities and states also have. And unfortunately, I don't think it's going to last forever. I think the big question is going to be what happens when all that great money ends. But being as it is, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Does anyone have any questions for the Transit District? This is on page 89, by the way. Alderman Genitacio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you. Good evening, Henry. How are you?
Good, thank you.
It's always good to see you again.
Thank you.
My question is, do you realize any other grants, or is this the only grant that you get? Do you get any grants from the state?
Well, we depend quite a bit on the state for our fixed route funds and funds for the fan services, and for 20% of our capital purchases. It makes up a major portion of our funds.
Has those state issued grants increased through time or decreased?
They've finally had some small increases over the past several years in the 2%, 2.5% range.
And where do you lobby for those grants? Do you go up to Hartford, Henry, and have a public hearing up there?
It's a short question, but I could all night for that answer, but basically we have contracts with the state who we supposedly negotiate. There's not a lot of negotiation that goes on. They basically blanket a percentage, and most of the time every district gets about the same amount. The only big difference between funding there is between how Connecticut Transit, which is a state-owned service, and all of the other districts are treated. It's basically a two-tier type system, whereas Connecticut Transit will get not the largesse, but they would get preference, and then the rest of us would get what we get. Fortunately, we've been able to get little increases over the past several years. Before that, funds were stagnant for quite a while.
Do you realize any fuel aid with the cost of fuel going up? Have you ever applied for that through
No,
the state?
I think that the state's depending on, all the transit districts received CARES funds and also received the new Recovery Act funds. And I'm sure that they're depending on those funds to make up that gap, as in with the other gaps that those funds are made up.
Just one last question, Mr. Chairman, through you. Have you ever requested to the mayor an increase in your grant from the city of Milford?
I believe it was maybe 3 or 4 years ago, we did receive a $5,000 increase.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any more questions for the Transit District? Alderman Vitale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Good evening, Henry. How are you?
Good evening.
Just a point of information. What is your total operating budget?
Operating budget is about $2.5 million for operating, and the capital budget varies. This upcoming year, it's going to be a little larger because we're going to be acquiring two new 40-foot buses and 9 new ADA vans. So our capital budget next year will be around $3 million. For the upcoming year, about $3 million.
I'm sorry, what?
It'll be about $3 million in capital in the upcoming year. And that, I said, varies. Some years it may be less than $1 million. Other years if we're getting vehicles, because the vehicles are the 40-foot vehicles are over $600,000 each. So you can imagine how that.
Thank you. Just a point of information as to the total amount of budget. Thank you.
Fine.
Alderman Gurman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, Alderman Vitale asked one question, but I did have another one. Do you know the total users by chance? It's probably been a pretty rough couple of years, but on average.
Yeah, we're still below what we did before COVID. The van services are coming back slowly. The fixed route services, we're back to about 70%, 75% of what we did before. That was in the 250 to 300,000 passenger a year mark. The van services were in the 30, 35,000 a year ride mark, and we're probably going to do about, I'd say about 20,000 this coming year. That really came back slowly for a variety of reasons.
Thank you.
And there's no fares now also.
Alderman Marlowe.
Good evening, Henry.
Good evening.
Just checking you had mentioned briefly, I didn't hear you, are fares going up?
Well, there's no fares until, along with the gas tax removal, till June 30th. The governor did the same thing with the fares on the public transit. Both the vans and the buses are no fares until July 1st.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Henry, do you see that you'll at some point increase the routes that you cover?
I'd like to, not so much the routes that we cover, but the frequency of service. We've been stuck with for a long time an hour headway in local service, which is it's poor. And we've never been able to get the state of Connecticut to commit. They have to make a substantial commitment to increase it to 30 or 40 minute headways. That would be the best thing that could happen in Milford. along with some maybe additional routes, but the routes that are there are, I think, well placed, except for the fact of the frequency that they have.
Thank you. One last question, Mr. Chair. Henry, the age of the fleet of buses, I know you said you were looking to purchase 2 new ones, but
Yep.
how many buses in total and vans do we have?
We have 11 35 and 40-foot coaches and 12 body-on-chassis vans.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any more questions for the Milford Transit?
I do. Thank you,
Alderman
Chairman.
Parente.
What would be on your wish list?
First thing would be the increase of the headways on the local buses. That would be the first and I think most important thing. Other than that, we're trying to get the word out more about our services because of COVID and the different things, especially on the van services, that a lot of people don't realize what's there. And I think it's a very, very good service, a very valuable service. More people need to know about it. We've done some mailings. You might have gotten some cards at home about our van services that we did a couple of mailings the past couple of months. We're going to do some more marketing, some more digital marketing and personal marketing. I think people, when they realize what's there, they'll use the service a lot more. Those two things, getting more people on the van services and getting our headways on the local bus cut down to 40 minutes, once every 40 minutes anyway.
I have someone. I have a question.
Yes.
Through you, Chairperson.
Alderman Beatty.
Thank you, Chairperson. I missed transportation. I couldn't stop myself. I had to ask a question. Besides your wish list for you, Henry, and Milford, it's a good time for transportation, nationally, federally, everybody's talking about it. You're in a consortium with other towns and areas. Is there a wish list for the region that you're involved in, or anything you could help us to help you with, or think down?
Well, it's the things that we're working on that should get accomplished is a common fare. I think should be a statewide thing. Common fare media for everybody. There's different fares all over the state. For a lot of people, it's confusing and it's not very efficient. It's not very consumer friendly. We're working on a touchless fare system. So just like now you can flash your credit card and it'll register everything. That on our buses we have electronic fare boxes, but to do a touchless system on the fare boxes, improve our apps, our digital information, things of that nature. And we're doing that regionally we do a regional service between Milford and Norwalk now, where we cooperate quite a bit with Norwalk Transit, Bridgeport Transit, and Milford on the whole section of Connecticut. And we're kind of not waiting for the state to do these things. They've been years and years trying to do these things. And we're going to try to do it ourselves on a common fare, on technology, and a few other areas. And then when maybe the state will follow us instead of us following the state.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions for the Milford Transit? Alderman Harla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you. Quick question regarding the 9 vehicles, the ADA vans and the 2 coaches that you mentioned. Are they strictly fossil fuel? Are they hybrid, electric?
There'll be no. We're in the state program to get our facility electrified. That's the first step, and it's a major step to get the facility able to accept the EV vehicles. This will probably be the last purchase of diesel coaches and gas vans. I suspect that the first thing that'll happen is that the vans will get replaced. And we're on like a 5-year cycle for the vans and a 12-year cycle on the large buses because they're cost and they're more durable. So I think that we're also in line for two EV vehicles when they come on line and when the state goes to bid. 2 large coaches. I just got that. But all those other things have to happen in our facility. That's a whole nother project that the state's using the federal CARES and recovery funds for in all facilities around the state. But this will be our last bus and gas purchase, and I think the vans will be a little easier to do at our facility than the buses, just because of the cost and the size. And so we'll be in line, we'll be going in line, but it's still, this whole program is going to take a long time for the state and locally too. I mean, long time being to get any real effect, probably 8 to 10 years, I would imagine. And by that time, as soon as they buy one thing, there'll be a better thing right behind it. And that seems to be the case right now. It happened in Bridgeport. They had 3 vehicles. By the time their vehicles were manufactured and delivered, the people that manufactured had another model that was better already. So this is going to be a very quickly developing thing, I think. So we'll be there.
Any other question for the Milford Transit? Seeing none, thank you, Henry, for your presentation.
Thank you. I got to congratulate you. That was the most questions I've received in 36 years. Good night.
Thanks again, Henry. The next department on our agenda is the Registrar of Voters, Kerry Rowland and Deborah Fellenbaum.
Mr. Chairman, we have a handout. Is it okay to pass it out now?
Yes.
Okay.
That was kind of cool. Don't get used to it. I love it.
Thanks. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chair, fellow board members. Just as an introduction, I'm Kerry Rowland, and this is Deborah Fellenbaum, and we are your only department in the city that has co-department heads. So everything that we do and everything that we use in our budget, we agree on in a very bipartisan way. We take a lot of pride in that. So I also want to explain to everybody that we have our Registrar of Voters budget, and that is separate from what most people think we do, which is just elections. There is a separate elections account, which we share with Karen Fortunati, our current city clerk. So we'll talk jointly, and everything that we spend in the election account, we do, all 3 of us in agreement. So I just wanted to sort of explain a little bit about that part and what we do in our office as registrars of voters. Did you want to enter? Yes, I would like to, first of all, just so we don't forget, to thank our staff, because we've been working together for 7 years now, Kerry and I, as registrars, and then we have our staff in our office that I feel, maximized our best practices, and everyone works to their best ability, and they contribute to the overall efficiency. So when we say we mean a team of 6 in our office, and then also at election day, all of the poll workers. We couldn't do it without them as well. So we just have to say thank you. And then to you guys, I mean, we couldn't do it without you either. So that's where we are. And I would like to say too, Carrie, I hope you don't mind, in addition to our staff, Carrie just got out of the hospital 3 days ago with emergency surgery, so I'm grateful for her because she has that fighter, can-do spirit, and here she is. I hope she doesn't pass out as she's speaking. Okay.
Thank you, Deborah. Yeah, I'm glad I'm here. It's better than where I've been for several days. So without any further ado, let's jump into what we do January to June in the Registrar of Voters office, and that is primarily what we call the canvas, and that's just in layman's terms, making sure the list of registered voters in the city of Milford is as clean and up to date as possible. We've seen quite an increase in that because it used to just be the national change of address we would use to find out if people have moved within town or out of town, and we would send them canvas letters. Now we also, in light of COVID and the very large volume of absentee ballots, any absentee ballot application that the state sent in 2020 that was returned, we've split up over the last couple of years and canvassed those voters. And then also we had an increase, I don't know, 4 or 5 times the normal amount in a municipal year. We've also canvassed all of those that any application or any ballot that got returned to us as undeliverable to make sure that those voters were in fact still eligible to be Milford voters. So we've seen quite an increase in that. In addition to that, we do daily updates from the Department of Motor Vehicles. We have weekly updates from the city clerk and the Secretary of the State on deaths and people who move out of state. And, you know, we can talk a little bit more if you have questions on that, because I do have some other things that I'd like to talk about. If that's okay, I keep going? Okay, great. And do you have something you want to interject? I don't want to.
Well, it might be a good time to say, too, that Carrie and I keep up our state certification as administrators of election. We have to have continuing education credits, and we both do that on an individual basis so that we keep our certification for the state.
Yeah, and for some of you new members, Deborah and I were in the very first class of certified registrars of voters. We attended class at UConn at the Stanford campus, and we were the first group of about 20 or 25 registrars who took the official exam up in Hartford and passed with flying colors. So we're very proud of our achievement there. So we recently attended a conference, and we're going to get into the election part of what we do. And Scott Bates, the Deputy Secretary of the State, said, "Elections are critical to our democracy and why we are part of Homeland Security." So for those of you who don't know, we fall under critical infrastructure of the federal government's Homeland Security, and many of the agencies have been coming to speak with us about some of our responsibility in protecting that infrastructure, both our polling locations physically, but cybersecurity in terms, and we work with Adam from IT, who you'll meet with later tonight, often to make sure that we're all on the same page and we're doing the things that we can do to protect our list. And we do on our own a lot of risk mitigation in terms of backing up things, especially as we get closer to election time. So we try to be very diligent in terms of being aware of what pitfalls might come our way. The other thing that I like to say about Connecticut, we are a leader in the election process to the entire nation, and in the way that we run elections locally. And we do that together with the Secretary of the State's guidance, of course, so that we can have an open and transparent process on Election Day, but not limited to Election Day. Whenever we do a recount or we're testing tabulators and memory cards and ballots, any audits that we perform, and of course the new process regarding absentee ballot counting, our doors are always open for public inspection. And of late, in the recent elections, many of you and many of the people in the room have seen us at work. So we always welcome you to do that. And finally, we are also talking with our local FBI, and that's kind of getting into the handout part, but also about our polling place security and making sure that poll workers are safe and the buildings are safe. And also with CISA, which is the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency. And that leads me to letting you know that we're also just always combing the data. So we use what I mentioned earlier, ERIC, which is, again, the Electronic Registration Information Center, where 31 states participate now. When we first came before you, it was like 7 or 8, where we exchange information about voters and their movements. And a lot of data is provided to us. Ironically, we can't get somebody's birth date. That is protected information. So we have everything about somebody except the birth date. So we do a lot of our own data digging and looking into these spreadsheets that we get. Voter history is one. And I must give Laura credit, as she was doing her section of the ERIC comparison and cleanup. she found a couple of voters who looked as though they had voted twice. And when she brought it to my attention, my immediate reaction was we probably made a clerical error when doing the data entry. And when we pulled out the checker books from the 2020 election and we looked, it was true, in fact, that both people had voted by absentee ballot. So we started to comb through the data and pull the information together, and we did our part and reported it to the Election Enforcement Commission, saying that it looks like, based on the data from Texas and Florida, that these two voters voted there and also in Milford, and we turned the packet of information over to them. And lo and behold, within a day or two, my phone rang, and the investigator from the Election Enforcement Commission asked me how hard it would be for me to find the two voters in question absentee ballot applications. And I said, oh, that's easy. Out of the 12,000, they're alphabetized by last name. I could find those no problem. And he said, how about you find their absentee ballot envelopes? I said, that's 24,000 envelopes. He said, yeah, it would be really great if you could find the envelopes so we know for a fact that not only did he apply for an absentee ballot, but he cast a ballot. And so we put our jeans and our t-shirts on and rolled up our sleeves and went down to the basement and pulled out about 30 or 30, it was corn rows of boxes in my office, and I started to dig and found the pre-printed envelopes for both gentlemen pretty easily because we kept it pretty well organized. But thankfully, the gentleman Charles Barnes there in your article has great penmanship, and after 3 days of searching, I found his inner envelope with his signature and turned all that over to Elections Enforcement. Then several months went by, and my phone rang again, and the state of Florida District Attorney's Office was calling and asking if I would testify in Florida. And so I said, yes, of course I would. But as you'll see in the article, Mr. Barnes had a mounting of evidence against him and decided to plead guilty and take the felony. And I know that people are afraid of fraud in our election system, and I just want to reassure you that while Deborah and I are on the watch here in Milford, and all the wonderful poll workers that she spoke about, and our excellent staff, we take great pride in making sure elections are open and fair and honest and accurate, and we do that every day that we show up at the office, and that's why we're here tonight. So I think, unless you have something more you want to add, I really appreciate you letting me indulge and tell you the story, because it was quite amazing.
I only have one more thing, if you will indulge me, is there is misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation out there. So if you ever have a question, please call us first. We have the facts. In fact, Secretary Merrill just said that we are the trusted information army for elections. So you please trust us too. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Anyone have any questions for the Registrar of Voters? Alderman Marlowe.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Good evening. Just from a budgeting standpoint, how do you project if we're going to have a primary and where those costs are going to come from, as well as it seems that we're going to be more headed towards a lot of absentee ballots, and that will probably increase costs as well. I'm just not sure how you project that.
So we try not to project too much because we don't want to waste the funds that we're going to have a primary. Oftentimes things get worked out by the time a primary date rolls around. We have, almost every time we've come, say if we do have a primary in August and we don't have enough money come November, we will have to come back to you and ask for money from the contingency fund. In terms of the absentee ballot process, we were thrown sort of into the fire pit in 2020, and we have come up with, I think, an excellent process by which we count the additional absentee ballots. And we were able to sort of minimize some of the checkers in the polling place and use that payroll money and into the extra counting that had to take place in absentees. So we've worked really hard to just be mindful of what's happening out in the world and what's trending so that we don't raise our budget very much because of those changes in process.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any more questions for the Registrar's Office? Alderman Gurman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, ladies, good to have you here. Can you explain the process of voting this year? Is it going to be in person, or is it going to be a ballot thing again? What's the process for this November election?
So it's exactly like it's been over the last couple of years. We certainly have all our polling places will be open and ready. And the legislature just changed the language slightly. Instead of a COVID reason for an absentee ballot, it'll just be a sickness or illness, I believe, and they're working on defining what exactly that means so that when somebody applies for an absentee ballot and they choose sickness, there'll be some sort of a definition given by the state as to what that means and why that's an excuse for an absentee ballot. But nothing has changed other than that.
They do have to request one.
Yes.
And then, okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Alderman Vitale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Good evening, ladies. First of all, let me say thank you for your integrity, your honesty, and the symbiotic relationship that you've nurtured over the last few years. It's great to see you guys working together. I know I've been in there many times, and you really work together very nicely. I know there was, this individual who was caught for fraud voted twice. Did the FBI happen? They don't share, I'm sure, any of their statistics with you as to how it happens. What percentage of, I know it didn't change the election at all, but is there a percentage that you guys have, that fraud has been taking place over the states in the last elections?
I don't have any statistics anywhere else, but here I can tell you that we suspected 4. 2 of them were clerical errors that we found, and the other 2, the person was from Texas, and I never heard any more about that, and this one was caught. So we're 2 for 2, as far as I'm concerned, here in Milford.
Thank you anyway. Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Any more questions for the Registrar's Office? Yes, Alderman Parenti.
Thank you, through you, Chairman. Thank you both for being here, and I just enjoyed your presentation very much and your professionalism and integrity that you bring to your jobs. So thank you for that. Is there anything you want to speak to in terms of the adjustment of your budget and anything that you forecast coming up that would be something we should consider in terms of our analysis of it?
I want to say about the tabulators.
Yeah, but that's future expense.
Yeah, so in terms of what we asked for and some of the cuts that we agreed on with the mayor, we feel as though we can live with that. The canvas, like I told you specifically about, is very dependent upon the unknowns in terms of how many people will apply for absentee ballot applications. If the state doesn't mail them and the city doesn't mail them, will the parties mail them? There's a lot of unknowns, so that's why we asked for what we asked for. And if we don't have the money, then we have to come back and ask. So if things go higher than what we anticipated, that's what we would have to do, or we'd have to try to make it work by doing transfers within our own budget. We're also a little worried about postage, just because we've heard that it's going to increase again, and we are mandated by state law to, before we remove somebody or inactivate them, they have to get 2 canvas letters, 2 attempts at trying to reach them. So, that it does add up, and people are moving. It seems all the time. I don't know exactly how. And then our wish list part, and I want new high-speed tabulators. I think I've talked to you about this last year. I think it's very important that we be ahead of the curve. We've worked with our state legislators and the ones that represent Milford, and we're asking to be part of a pilot program. So my feeling is that would serve us well in our community, and I want to be on the forefront of that new equipment. So I heard you ask about a wish list. That's my wish list.
The only other concern I had was for next year was redistricting. When the aldermen redistrict the local districts, that could be more money, and we did have to ask for more money back in 2012 and 2013 when that happened. Because again, it depends on how much we have to mail out, how many people change the polling places, we have to notify them. And then whether we do that in-house, which means more supplies, or through a vendor, which we spoke about to the mayor about. So again, it's those unknowns. We're not sure yet where the lines, how you guys will change it, and then your committee. We're assuming that somebody's working on it, we hope.
Well, I think the ordinance committee
Yeah,
first,
the
and then
ordinance
it'll come to
committee.
you guys for approval.
Yeah.
Any more questions for the registrar's office? Alderman Vitale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. This year, the municipalities, or the state redistricting took place. Do you know offhand how many individuals it affected?
500, less than 500.
And none of them had to move polling places, although they switched legislative districts. The way we've set up our polling places, like at John F. Kennedy, it services both 119 and 118, as does Harborside do the split. So we just moved them from one half of the gym to the other. So for them, there should be relatively no issue at all.
Alderman Giannattasio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening. It's always good to see you. Welcome back. You are very highly respected throughout the community, both of you, and I just wanted to tell you that personally. Everyone speaks very highly of you. I've seen you actually do the work of a recount, and I was very impressed. I do have a question in regards to absentee ballots. If you can just give us a brief overview of the chain of custody of an AB ballot.
Okay, so once the ballot is received by the city clerk's office, that's where it gets mailed. It gets scanned into the computer voter registration system, and that's when, behind the scenes in the computer, an A is put in the book. It used to be done manually many years ago, where that's how you would know if somebody went to a polling location and had already cast an absentee ballot. There was a letter A. Now it's pre-printed when we print the books. The ballots are kept in the auspices of the city clerk until we're able to do what's called a pre-count. We run reports that are simulating an official checker book so that we can verify that every ballot is then put into alphabetical order by street and checked that the A is accurately identifying the ballot that we have in our hand, that it's in the proper district, it hasn't been misfiled in one district or another. We make all of those corrections so that on election day, I don't want to get ahead of myself, let me finish. We do that for several days prior to election day. Every time we check them out of the clerk's office, we keep a running log of how many ballots there are in the count. We're constantly counting and running that cumulative total of the number of ballots so that on election day we can verify that the same, I'm making up a number, but the same 500 ballots that we've been counting that week are the 500 ballots that are being brought out for official insertion into the tabulators on election day. Every time that an absentee ballot is brought out from the clerk's office or brought back, it's brought by a Republican and a Democrat. Not always myself and Deborah, often, but not always. So always there are people that we've hired from opposing parties that are always and continually with those ballots, and they're always being locked and supervised by at least two from opposite parties. On election day, obviously it's a much bigger process. Many people are there slicing open the envelopes. When you're doing 12,000 outer envelopes and 12,000 inner envelopes, literally we counted the minutes it took to open ballots so we'd know how many people we had to hire. But every counting partnership is of opposing parties. And once that's all done and tabulated, they're immediately taken by the moderator and somebody from the opposing party out of the back of the tabulator or ballot box and put into a locked bag and documented the seal number on that locked bag. And then we have added, since it's become such a bigger process, putting those sealed ballot bags into a locked blue bin, which is also then locked at the end of the night. And in 2020 and 2021, any absentee ballots that came in on election day were merely kept under lock and key in the clerk's office, and then on the following morning, we brought in a crew of absentee ballot counters to count the remaining ballots. And the reason we do that is so that we don't have time in the day to take a ballot that you drop off in, say, the ballot drop box, to call the polling place where you would normally go to make sure you haven't voted in person. So the next day, those books come back, the real actual book that was at the polling place with all the red lines in them, so we can say, okay, did Sally Jones vote at the polling place? No. Did Sally Jones already cast an absentee ballot? No. Then yes, count that ballot, providing that her signature and all the processes are in place to be counted. And that's how we document it, and we use actually a different color to indicate the day that ballot, Sally Jones' ballot, came in, was election day, and now being counted on the day after. And that was because we had 96 hours to give our, we submitted at midnight on election day with the presumption that there would be several hundred ballots to be finished up the day after. We found that process actually to be most excellent. Our accuracy was so much better than frantically trying to call the polling place, especially in 2020 when we see over an 80% turnout. It's just very hard to, one paper copy of a book at a polling place, and we have a ballot here. So we like that process very much, and so do all the absentee ballot counters, and so do the poll workers, because the interruption to their flow at the polling place is nil, and that makes the flow there much better.
So who's responsible for bringing the absentee ballots from the ballot drop box to the clerk's office?
That's the city clerk. We don't have that until we're officially part of the pre-check process.
Exclusively, that's the city clerk's job? Okay. Thank you. And have you found people that, I'll say maybe accidentally voted by absentee ballot, but then ended up going to the polls on those lists?
I don't
and voted
recall,
twice?
I don't recall anybody who submitted an absentee and came to the polls, but in the confusion in 2020, we did have people come into the polls holding their absentee ballot. And that was, I was there, and when it happened, one time I was at one of the polling locations, and I simply said that if you destroy that, you can vote in person, because obviously there was no A in the book because they hadn't submitted it, hadn't been checked in by the clerk's office, or they could just simply walk across the parking lot and drop it in the ballot drop box outside the clerk's office, and it would be counted the next day. He opted to destroy his ballot and vote in person. But the system is very good about catching that.
Well, thank you for the explanation.
You're very welcome.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Alderman Beatty.
Through you, Chairman Vitro, thank you. Just a quick follow-up. I think it was 2 years ago when you talked about the high-speed tabulators. Last year was more pandemic. Can you remind us of the approximate cost?
Less than the current tabulators, but a few $1,000s. Somewhere between $4,000 and $5,000 per tabulator. And that's, I believe, the high-speed one meant for absentee ballot counting at high volume.
And you would need how many?
I would be very happy with just one.
Okay.
Honestly,
right.
I really would, but we would need 2 for every polling place at minimum, and we have 9 polling places, so that would be 18 plus absentees and ADR.
And thank you once again. And I don't think I fully understood the process until I heard the two of you when we were candidates. I was already a candidate before I really understood what you did in the registrar. So thank you.
Any more questions? Alderman Archeolo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. Hi, guys. How you doing? I did have just a quick question. If the high-speed tabulators are less expensive than what we currently have, would selling the existing tabulators be an option to offset the expense?
No, those are so obsolete. I don't think there's enough metal.
Maybe to a museum?
Yeah, maybe to a museum.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any more questions for the registrar? Seeing none, thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for answering all our questions. The next department on our agenda is the city clerk, page 22.
Good evening. Chairman Vitro, did you cover the elections account? We usually do that with the Registrar of Voters. I mean, if you did,
Elections are going to be following you, so Carrie and Deborah, don't go far.
Okay.
They're going to be sitting next to you after your presentation, Karen.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening. So I had a handout summarizing the increase in the budget. This is for the new records management contract that I appeared before you in February to discuss. It is IQS is the name of the new vendor. It is I believe, a far superior software than what we currently have. I can go through some of the advantages again if you'd like. I don't know if you recall my presentation in February. I know that I'm only your third item on the list and you have a lengthy list. What I did want to point out to you is on the back of my summary is an example of what's going to be on the city clerk's website for the property fraud alert. That is the free service to Milford property owners where they register, they put in their name, their email address, and if anything is filed in my office with their name, they'll get an email alert. So it alerts people if a lien is filed, if something fraudulent, some kind of transfers going on, they'll get notice and they can investigate it. So would you like me to go through the list? Are there any questions?
We could ask you some questions. Anyone have any questions for the city clerk's office? I don't see any questions. Alderman Parenti.
Thank you, through you, Chairman. Thank you, too, for your professionalism and the work you do in your office with the Registrar of Voters, too. Since it's a theme now, what would be anything on a wish list for you that's not incorporated here?
This is my wish list.
Okay.
This new records management system is going to be fabulous. So I'm really grateful to you all for approving it, and it'll be up and running on May 16th. Our contract officially begins on July 1st, but because they want us to be able to use the online dog licensing program, they're coming in 6 weeks early, so we're able to use it. So it's a great company, and I'm grateful to you, this board, and Mayor Blake for supporting the office and getting it for us. So thank you.
Any further questions for the city clerk's office? I don't see any, Karen. Thank you for answering our questions. The next one is the elections, and you're together with Carrie Rowland and Deborah Fellenbaum. You have any further presentation for the elections, or you want us to just ask questions? Just ask questions, will be fine. Anybody have any questions regarding elections? Yes, Alderman Marlowe.
Good evening, through you, Mr. Chair. Just the elections account, that is a reflection of all the expenses required to put the election on?
Yes.
So that covers everything from the city clerk's office as well as from the Registrar of Voters office?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions regarding elections? I don't see any. Thank you very much for your presentation and your coming here tonight, answering our questions. Next department on our agenda is Harbor Management and Marina. Jim Donegan. Good evening, Jim.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Board of Aldermen. My name's Jim Donegan. I'm the director of Milford Lisman Landing Marina. Since the last time we spoke a year ago, we've had a very strong year. We finished last fiscal year up in revenue across the board. We saw almost a 37% increase across the board. It was a great year for us. A lot of these gains were from transient marina business, people coming into the marina for a night, for a weekend, and coming in to enjoy Milford. Since last year, actually last season, we implemented an online booking system for the marina, and it's worked very well. Streamlined our operations in the office, helped get our name out there, and made it easier for people to book stays at the marina. This year, we expanded that system to include our dinghy and kayak racks at the Milford Harbor, at Walnut Beach, our mooring fields in Milford Harbor and the Housatonic River, and we sent out over 300 electronic invoices, just making it easier for people and streamlining the process, and it's been working great for us. At the marina last year, we welcomed 2,500 boats to the harbor, and over 1,300 nights of dockage and 700 hourly visits for lunch or dinner. A lot of people coming into the downtown area. But in addition to the mooring fields, the dinghy rack storage, the boat access, we have the grounds of the marina, which are a beautiful waterfront public park that's enjoyed by residents and guests all year long. We host numerous events down at the landing, which you're familiar with, the kickoff to summer fireworks, Pirate Day, Oyster Fest, and it's really a great opportunity for residents. As you've probably seen, we have a lot of improvements going on down at the marina this winter. A new patio and walkway connecting the marina back up to the downtown area is just about complete now. Replacement of the deteriorated timber steps and walkways, and we're working on replacing the old aluminum frame tent with a new pavilion, which is really going to transform our 30-year-old infrastructure and keep us going, and it's going to be fabulous. I'll take any questions about our budget.
Alderman Harlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, Jim, as a 2.5-year Alderman liaison to the Harbor Commission, and was there when you were brought on board, knowing you had big shoes to fill with the job that Ray had done. I just want to thank you for the incredible job that you're doing, and it's the pride of the city when people come in by boat, like you said, or people come to the harbor. It just gets better and better and better. And like you mentioned, with your addition to DACWA, that's huge in the marine community, huge in the boating community. So we've really just stepped it up to make it just a first-class operation that we can be really, really proud of. So again, thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Any more questions regarding the Harbor Management Commission? Alderman Vitale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Hi, Jim. Nothing but grave reviews on the harbor. The new stone and the walkways look fantastic, and I'm sure that the pavers are great. There had to be, thousands of papers put in over the winter. What is new to the harbor is the pedal boat. I see a dock down there, and can you give us some information as to where in the process, what the city is realizing as far as revenue from that enterprise?
Sure. So this season we have a pedal boat operating out of Milford Harbor. It's tied up down at the marina now, and they're going to run tours out, 2-hour tours leaving from Milford Harbor out towards Charles Island and back on a daily basis. And we treat the slip rental or the space rental for them the same as our other commercial agreements that we have with the commercial fishermen. And currently a commercial slip at the marina is $3,700.
And are there any other associated kinds of things that are happening with that paddle boat as far as trash, noise? I know as a member of the committee, we've talked about it before, but I don't think everybody else has had hearing of it.
Right, so they are concerns that, have come up before. They're addressed in the typical commercial contract that they sign every year. And we'll look to see, we provide regular trash, pickup. We have a dumpster in the parking lot. If they're going to require additional space or have an excess amount of trash, we'll have to work out an arrangement with them. But at this point, they abide by the commercial contract.
Just a follow-up, Mr. Chair. Do you think there'll be any possibility of requiring any more security down there because of the traffic that it will create as far as people and car traffic?
What we tried to do when we were thinking about the layout of all of this, the pedal boat is actually going to pick up and drop off passengers on the boat ramp side of the harbor, on the long dock to the south there. And one of our thoughts was that this way we'll be able to spread out the traffic a little bit. On a busy weekend when the marina's full, that generates a lot of people on the docks, in the parking lot. And by moving this operation to the other side of the harbor, we'll be able to spread out those two groups a little bit and maintain a little more safety and order that way.
Okay, thank you. Nice job.
Any more questions regarding the harbor management? Alderman Gurman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you to Jim. Yes, thank you for all your hard work down there. It always looks beautiful. Just to expand on the pedal boat, so for people, who do they contact for reservations? Is it a reservation system, I assume?
Yeah, so it's operated by Pedal Cruise, and they have a website online, and they offer online booking. And you can go to the company's website, look at their calendar, see what dates are available, and book right online.
Any more questions for the harbor management? I don't see any. Thank you very much, Jim. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for the great job you're doing for the city.
Thank you all very much.
You're welcome. The next department on the agenda is the golf course. Mr. Dan Worrell. Golf course is on page 112. Good evening, Dan.
Good evening. My name is Dan Worrell. I'm a golf commissioner for the City of Milford Orchards Golf Course. I also handle most of the financials for the golf course. Just a couple of quick items in reference to the golf course. We've had some major projects that have been completed over the last couple months. We repaired all the sand traps on the golf course, dug them out, repaired drainage systems, put new sand in it. We also did some trimming and cutting of some trees that were causing a problem. Some of the limbs were basically a hazardous condition. They were falling down, cracking when people are playing golf. So we kind of took care of that. We also have an online reservation system where you can book a tee time and also reserve a golf cart. And that has been a tremendous help for the management system. I'll be happy to take any questions that you have.
Any questions for the golf course? Yes, Alderman Carlo.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening.
Good evening.
So we have, there's a management company that runs the golf course, correct?
Yes.
And how does that work from a fee structure? This is our percentage of what they take in, the revenue side?
Okay, the way it works, the city gets revenue from several different sources. Number one, they get revenue from a contract for the year. Number two, we get a percentage based on the number of rounds that are played at the orchards. And just as a quick note, last year was the best year for rounds that we had in roughly 8 years. So the golf course is doing very well. We also get a percentage of the fees for the electric golf carts and also the pull golf carts. So we get a percentage of that also. So last year, the total, just to give you an example, let me look at that. The total was basically that the city received from the management company, it goes into open space also, et cetera, was in the area of $131,000.
Thank you. I know that I was going to ask as well if the amount of rounds were up or not, but you said that they were.
They're up quite a bit, as also the carts are up also.
Mr. Chairman, just a follow-up. I wanted to ask, I see that there's a maintenance and replacement fund here. How does that work with the management company as well? Are they responsible for the upkeep, or are we responsible?
They are responsible for certain items. For instance, we're responsible for, and it's a big thing also, is golf carts, golf cart repairs. Some of our golf carts now are going on 6, 7 years old. And the batteries, just to replace the batteries, is $1,300. We do have a golf cart on order, okay? And that comes out of the repair and maintenance also. So anything that's a major thing comes out of repair and maintenance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm looking forward to playing this year.
Oh, you'll like it. It's different.
Alderman Vitale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Hi, Dan.
Hey,
How you
Ray.
doing? Being a member of or a liaison to the Golf Commission, we don't have an opportunity to ask any questions or anything else, as the chair indicated, as to when I tried to get some questions answered. But can you, that number, what sticks out, 37,000 rounds last year, or?
No, it's over 35,000.
35, okay. So, and the golf course looks fantastic. I know there are a lot of trees that have been taken down, and so that's neither here nor there, but I enjoy it, play every week, but I just thank you for your time that you put into it and being one of the commissioners, so thank you.
Just as a quick note, this is the 25th year that the Orchards Golf Course is open.
Any more questions for the golf course? Alderman Beatty.
Thank you. Through you, Chairman Vitro. Is there a celebration plan for the golf course for the 25th? And I only ask because it is a jewel to have a public golf course available.
Not that I know of. Not that I know of. And just to let you know, I've been there since the beginning. So it's 25 years for me also. So getting old.
Any more questions for the Golf Commission? I don't see any. Thank you, Dan. Thank you for your presentation. Next item on the agenda is the Milford Arts Council. Page 87.
Page is on page 87.
Good evening, everyone. I brought some things to share. The top piece is a piece of historical archives. The Arts Council is celebrating 50 years this year, and this is actually the city clerk announcement proclaiming the Arts Council a necessity to the city. So I thought it was a little interesting perspective about what we do and what we were charged with 50 years ago. Just to save the date, September 10th, we'll be throwing a gala at the newly renovated Lisbon Landing, which Jim's working hard on. Next up, I brought figures forward that compares where we were this time last year versus this year. And if you look at the middle column, you will really see between grants for COVID, for art support, individual donations, memberships, and fundraising, that we wound up with a really nice cushion. And we've really needed it this year. So in the fall, we started back into the Arts Council. Well, first let me go back. In the summer, we were doing concerts, and if you look at our highlights, the third page, you will see our outdoor space. During COVID, we realized that we needed to go outside of our doors, so we utilized the courtyard behind the 3 buildings of the Historical Society, and we also worked with the city to pour a cement pad and electricity into Eisenhower Park, where we put in concerts. Our lofty ambitions for the concerts didn't quite work out as well as we had hoped, I think because of the constraints with painting seating circles and the price of the tickets when you looked at group seating versus individual tickets, the awareness of the space or lack thereof. It was definitely a struggle. It was a struggle, but it was an exciting one, and I really look forward to developing that space more in the future. So we will definitely stay outdoors. But once we returned inside the MAC in the fall, we picked up with a few concerts, and Panticino had their first play to great success. We were filling seats, although we were at 70% capacity. We were pulled out about 20 of our seating for social distancing inside and had masks. We were very much looking forward to the winter and spring growing even more, with perhaps coming back to full capacity this spring. And unfortunately, Omicron completely decimated those plans. So you will notice in the column closest to the left, this is where we are this year, you will see that our public support through corporate sponsorships is greatly decreased. Donors and membership have also kind of waned, and fundraising has been pretty nil. So again, we're thankful for the cushion that we had last year, and we're looking forward to the future. Again, some of the highlights that we had was the buoy tree downtown at Lisbon Landing, which was a great success and a lot of fun. And we're going to try really hard to make that happen again. And the second page is just a review of the largest fundraiser that we did during 2021, which is an online Macathon. So it was 5 hours of entertainment, information, and drink cocktail mixing from Wines and More, which was also a lot of fun. The last item that I have is the update on the Meet Me at the Bench project. This was a DEC project grant that I wrote in 2019. We were granted $12,000, and with one-to-one matching with business sponsors and the help from the city and Public Works, we managed to award 5 artists, creatives, contractors, woodworkers, metalsmiths, to create 5 interpretations of the park bench as a community and arts experience. This project was really near and dear to myself and staff when we wrote it, and I would have to say that COVID, a pandemic, and being shut down and in masks, it is a great celebration to bring forward these little projects that will create new kind of pop-up experiences and places to meet for our community in a new and different way. So 2 of those benches have been installed on Sunday. One is at the green across from People's Bank, called Sitting in the Shade, and the other one is in Lisman Landing in front of Scooby-Doo's. Another one will be going in front of the Historical Society by the end of the week, and then 2 more before the end of May. So be on the lookout for that. We're just very, very excited. So lots of fun things to look at, constraints to the budget, and our archives and 50th celebration. So if you have any questions, I'll take them.
Any questions for the Milford Arts Council? Alderman Gurman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Paige. How are you?
Good.
You always do a great job over there.
Thank you.
And I know it's been rough past couple of years. Can you just expand on your membership base, how many members you have, and is it up, down, where is it at?
So before COVID, we were between 330 and 380. Membership had kind of been static for a while. During COVID, we lost a third of our membership. We have since gained almost the same amount that we lost in new memberships. Many people who are moving to Milford from other areas have found us online, have been coming to events, love us, are enjoying things, and wanting to learn more and to get involved, which is great, but it also is putting us on a learning curve back about 10 years. So where we had just gotten the momentum in 2019, 2020, we were on a record season. We were at 220% of our budgeted programming revenue.
Thank you.
Any further questions for the Milford Arts Council?
I just,
Alderman Beatty.
through you, Chairman Vitro, I just wanted to say, I couldn't help it, and you know my association with the performance company, that it's amazing that you stayed alive, and compared to the statistics of small, private performing arts corporations, nothing short of miraculous, and to be so well thought of. And I say that as a well-informed donor, as you know. So.
Well, thank you very much. I will have to say that there are a lot of other arts organizations that are not as supported as the Milford Arts Council is by its city, that have gone the way of being able to remain in service to their communities. So we have had multiple communities in West Haven, Bethany, up in the valley, who have met with us over the course of the pandemic, and recently as well, particularly in West Haven, to kind of ask and bend our ear as to how we do what we do. First and foremost, I said you have to get the support of your city. We are extremely lucky that we have this gift each and every year, and the support of you all here, the mayor's office, Public Works, and the other city departments and organizations that we work so closely with.
Any more questions for the Milford Arts Council? Alderman Marlowe.
Through you, Mr. Chair, more a comment than a question. One, I just wanted to say thank you for the service to the city that you do through the art works and programs that are put on. And I wanted to thank you also for this printout because it answered all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alderman Gurman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one quick follow-up question. So you're showing grants and revenues are down roughly 40%, or maybe a little more, from last year. How about pre-COVID? Is your numbers now about the same as pre-COVID, or is that still down?
So the grants last year are definitely way above normal due to COVID, and we were very, very lucky, and staff and my board helped immensely putting through grants. The grants this year are much lower. Before COVID, it would go up and down. We would basically get between maybe $8,000 to $10,000 in arts support, but it would bump up with the project grants. So between the good to great, which we got $75,000, or rather $80,000 from the state for renovations back about 6-7 years ago, and then the project grant with $12,000. So those were kind of the two big years.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Milford Arts Council? Seeing none, thank you, Paige,
Thank you very much.
for your presentation and answering all our questions. The next department on the agenda is Bridges Community Healthcare. Yes. The police department will be next.
Good evening, Chairman Vitro and honorable members of the board. My name is Jennifer Fiorello, and I'm the CEO of Bridges Healthcare. So I think I want to start by just saying that it has been a really, really difficult 2 years for our agency, for the community, for the mental health needs of the people that live in Milford. You're probably well aware that the increase in mental health services is skyrocketed. And we're in a position right now that we can't meet the need. The good news is we've gotten lots of support from the federal government, mainly around capital projects and time-limited projects and programs that will last for the next 2 or 3 years. The conundrum for us really is our ability to pay clinical staff who have become licensed, who've paid lots of money for their degrees and to practice over their lifetimes and as their passion. And we have never been able to pay them what they're worth. And I think one of the biggest issues that you're seeing now in the legislature is just that. The community nonprofits have been in a situation for decades that we haven't gotten adequate funding, and we continue to struggle. The good news is we've seen some movement on the state level in cost of living increases, and we've seen more parity in behavioral health lately. I think one of the things that's really concerning is our ability to continue to persuade the legislator to provide us with sustainable increases in funding. Because without that, then we can't meet the need. Because we can't pay our clinicians enough, and we can't engage the people that we want to engage because there's just not enough staff to do it. So I think what I'm really saying is any kind of local funding or funding that we get from outside parties outside of the state government. We get lots of DEMAS contract to support our programs. We get DCF contract to support our programs. But it's not always enough. The bottom line is the cost of per unit of service is $173. It's a lot of money. Our contracts cover half of that. So the contracts that we get from the state government cover half of that cost for our clinical services. And the other half could come from reimbursement. Sometimes we have a shortfall, and in the shortfall, we rely on our local funding to help to bridge that gap. I think right now what's really concerning for us as an agency and the communities that we're providing services to is that there is this workforce shortage, and unless we can continue to increase funding for our nonprofits, there won't be the ability for us to continue to provide services on the hospital level, and outpatient services and residential services where there's just a severe backlog. I'd like to point out in the handout that I gave you that we have a substantial waiting list for all of our services, just to sort of illustrate the need right now. Across all of our programs, our adult outpatient program, our child outpatient program, our adult case management program, and our intensive in-home child and adolescent psychiatric service program, which provides the highest level of care to children and adolescents who are suffering from serious emotional disturbance. We have wait lists of between 6 and 8 weeks, which is alarming. And that's sort of after an intake. So we go through a clinical intake And then we have to wait for a clinician to become available because we don't have enough of them to provide the service. So we are very grateful for all the support that you provide us, the City of Milford, to help bridge the gap in providing our really very critical clinical services. And I think right now I can't underscore the importance of that funding being continued because we're right now we're in the middle of a crisis that we're trying to resolve. So I'm open for any questions.
Alderman Vitale.
E2. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Jen. How are you?
Good, how are you?
As a member of the Board of Bridges for over 30 years now in the community, I know the importance of the agency is incredible. But in comparison to pre-COVID and full staffing, what were those numbers when we were fully engaged as to today's numbers post-COVID without full staffing? Do you have any numbers for us?
So the number of folks that are being served now against what we're serving before?
Just a comparison of full staff and members of the community that were being addressed.
So we never decreased the amount of services that we provided over the last 2 years. So the numbers that you see here are consistent with the numbers we've always been providing. The problem now is that the demand is so high, people are calling for services, that whenever you have 20 people on a wait list on adult services, we have to place 20 people with a clinician, and we only have 3 or 4 intake clinicians who could actually do that. So we're backlogged in terms of the number of people we could take in at one time. So we're seeing a definite increase in the demand. And if I were to have to quantify that, our waiting lists are never this big.
Maybe put it another way, what pre-COVID and what we normally have done in past years, how many people have we serviced in Milford in the past years?
In Milford, it's about 1,300, which is 70% of the people that we serve.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Bridges Community Healthcare? Alderman Marlowe.
Through you, Alderman, Chairman. So my question is a couple questions. Do you work with other agencies that through, you have a waiting list, which is, somewhat disturbing that you have to have a waiting list, and I'm wondering what happens to those people while they're on a waiting list? I mean, do you refer them to other agencies?
We do try to refer them, but there are no openings anywhere. And so what ends up happening is that you have people who are in need who are waiting for services. And this is not exclusive to us. This is across the entire state. Right now we're in the middle of a child mental health crisis where we have children who can't even get into the hospital, and they can't be released from the hospital because there are no services available. And it's being addressed. It's just we do everything we can on an agency level to, reach out to them as much as we can. Sometimes we have somebody who actually does that in between to make sure they still want to be engaged. But in terms of receiving treatment, no. I mean, unfortunately, there's a wait list. So, some of the things that we've done to resolve that clearly are to hire more clinical staff, and we can't do that unless our salaries are competitive with the real world. So we've had to adjust salaries. So it's sort of a snowball effect where you have to increase your personnel liability in order to provide the services.
Thank you. One other question, Chairman, is when I see your handout here and it says amount of time to receive, so someone is waiting that amount of time to receive whatever services they need. And on average, and I'm not sure you can do this, is how long is that time, not for them to get this, but after they start to receive help? Is it, how long do they come and see you, I guess, is the question.
Well, the clinical length of stay depends on the person's diagnosis and condition. So we have clients that come in for 6 months and some that are with us for 30 years. And the people who are with us for that period of time are very chronic, with diagnoses like schizophrenia.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm sorry. One thing I do want to add is that if if someone is waiting for clinical services, we have available 24-hour-a-day, overnight mobile crisis service. So there's a safety net there. It's just not, it's not adequate in terms of consistent care.
Alderman Casey.
Logistically, how do you, you talk about 30 years, and how do sometimes people don't take traditional transportation. How do you service them, people that have to have, can't take a car?
So there are multiple ways. The first is that we now offer telehealth, and the good news is that with, one of the silver linings of COVID is that we were forced to really work on, rapidly come up with an infrastructure to support telehealth and telemedicine, and all of our clinicians have access to it, and we at one point were providing telehealth almost 100%. So we're still providing that, even though we're doing mostly in-person services. The other thing too is that we have a fleet of vehicles. For clients who typically are in case management services, we do offer some level of transportation, but we work with clients as well to get some kind of state subsidized transportation service if we can.
Any further questions for Milford Healthcare? Regis Healthcare?
I do.
Yes, Alderman Parente.
Thank you, through you, Chairman. Thank you for the work you're doing. I know, certainly as a mom of a daughter in the middle school system, I'm hearing difficult stories and long wait lists for kids to get the mental health care that they need and deserve. So thank you for your service. It's concerning to see the wait lists as they are. And you were saying, it sounds like the immediate need would be addressed by more funding streams to pay more for clinicians. What other funding streams are available to you at this point? What are things that we can be thinking about? I know we also have ARPA money that's come in. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
It really depends on what it is. So we have our state contracts that provide us about 60 to 65% of our funding right now. We have the reimbursement from our health insurance, from mainly Medicaid. So 80% of the people that we serve are low income, and most of them are, and 70% are on Medicaid, some form of Medicaid. We get local funding from City of Milford. We get funding from Town of Orange. We get a very small amount from West Haven. And we also get money from the United Way of Milford annually to support our outpatient programs and fundraising and private foundations.
Any further questions for Bridges Healthcare? I don't see any. Oh, Alderman Arcaiola.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you, Adrian. You certainly paint a very serious picture of the situation right now, and I guess just as a broad question, what can we as a board offer to help alleviate this stress? Is there a wish list or anything you'd like to see ideally? Because I noticed that the ledger, this doesn't paint the entire picture, but it remains flat here, so I'm just wondering what we can do.
So this is just one example in one community of what's going on with the waiting lists in the state. So if I were to ask for one thing, it would be to really push your legislators to give us sustainable funding increases over time so that we could sustain our staff. And support bills. There's Senate Bill 2 is out there right now. Push the legislators to support that bill as well. It's very expansive, and it really lays out a lot of provisions that are being made in the child behavioral health crisis. This is really a state level issue. The provider community can't really do much right now because we're sort of stuck without the resources that we need. And right now it's mainly the workforce shortage.
I understand. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Alderman Gurman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you to Jen. Can you just share with us some of your fundraising goals? I know you do the Folks on Spokes, which has been going on a long time. Maybe you can share with the public here.
Sure. So our Folks on Spokes event and Step Forward Memorial Walk is our signature event. We run that every year. We celebrated our 30th year of operation of that event. We were really very successful this year. We grossed about 40,000 and netted about 30. We also have an appeal, an annual appeal that we raise another about, I would say, 25,000. And we have another number of contributors beyond that we raise between 18 and 20,000 on top of that. We also have an endowment fund, and we do have some regular donors of our endowment fund, but that's restricted, so we can't right now use that money, those funds to support the agency. So right now, those are our fundraising events that help to support the agency. It really makes up a very small portion of our budget.
Terrific, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions for Bridges Healthcare? Seeing none, thank you, Jen.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation and answering all our questions. Next item on our agenda, next department is the Police Department, page 43. Chief Mello. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening, everyone. Good to see you all again, and nice to meet those that I haven't met before. Brian Roje, our Deputy Chief's joining me this evening. And I'd like to begin just a little bit different tonight, and I'd like to talk about some key indicators in terms of some crime trends, because I think it's important, and I often find that when I speak to folks, they're not really aware of it unless it affected them personally. So let me just point out some of the important trends. And we're going to just focus on 2018 and 2019. They were pretty similar. We're not going to focus on 2020 because that was the COVID year. But we'll focus on the last 12 months versus 2019. We'll start with robberies. There were 32 robberies in the last 12 months. That's a robbery with violence. It's putting a knife or a gun or using force to steal something from someone. Those are up 100%. Purse snatches, we had 0. We have 15 in the last 12 months, 0 in 2019. Just larcenies, we had 826 in the last 12 months, up 27%. Auto theft, up 81%. We had 143 in the last 12 months. Thefts from motor vehicle, 222, up 10%. We saw in 2018, 283, and we also saw in 2019, 201. So that's been a trending, not just in Milford, but around the state and probably around the country. Thefts of catalytic converters. We had 1 in 2019. We had 260 in the last 12 months. Assaults are down. We had 124 last year, serious assaults. And our gun cases are up 25%. Now these, I always want to give a caveat whenever I give data, because it's easy to point out a discrepancy and assume the data is bad. In this case, the data is the best information we have. Some of these numbers may change because when you look at all these cases, they reflect not just response, they also reflect a lot of work that has to go into these. These are all serious cases. For instance, the home invasion that we had last year, that's morphed into a lot of different things and will likely result in an arrest of some very violent people based upon a lot of work, a lot of forensic work, a lot of search warrants, a lot of affidavits. The kind of work where people can be committed nonstop. That will likely reflect, as that case comes to a close, these numbers will likely change. And so I bring that up just to illustrate the demands on policing today. And I hope we have an opportunity to talk about why policing is different now, and why the climate is different, and why the feelings of police officers are different. And why we're seeing an uptick, not just in Milford, but around the state in these types of crimes. Those that perpetrate these crimes will pick and choose communities. So it's not just your larger cities, it's not just those that are adjacent to your larger cities, it's normally communities that are accessible. And so what we're seeing is people stealing cars, sometimes with violence. Many of these are carjackings, by the way. and I can run the list of businesses, but we probably shouldn't do that here. They'll steal cars, and they'll travel to a particular community, and they'll commit a crime. And they're preying on those that they feel are most vulnerable, often the elderly. And if you think back to what maybe you've seen on our social media and what you've read, it's probably making a lot of sense. Also, I'd encourage you to Google what goes on around us, because it's very close. And then they'll take the car and they'll dump the car somewhere else. Now that's why you're not seeing as many car break-ins, because they have morphed on to these more violent crimes. We know there's 10 of them that we interrupted in the last 12 months, but we know there's far more. And how do we know that? Because our police officers, when they check plates, they're seeing stolen cars all the time along the route, especially along the Route 1 corridor. And we know that those stolen cars are more likely stolen for the reason of traveling somewhere and committing a crime. We know that many of these people are carrying guns. We also know that many of them, most of them, the data shows us, are juveniles under the age of 18. And we know they'll wind up in a juvenile justice system. And we know that many of them are repeat offenders. And you've probably read some of that, and you've probably seen my testimony up at Hartford on that. And how do we know that? Because when we encounter these cars, we don't chase them. And I can tell you why that is. It's actually a rationale that I support, and it is actually state policy now. And there's a reason for it. Albeit many police officers are concerned and upset that we're not chasing cars, but there's a reason why we're not doing it. These are still young people who are driving cars that if you chase them, they're going to drive at extremely high rates of speed, very recklessly. Many of them have very little experience driving cars, and they're normally not going to stop until they crash. And they may crash into one of you, or our families, or our moms, or our dads. And at the end of the day, it is still a larceny. So just for pure larceny, pure theft, unless there's something else involved, like violence or something else, some other danger, we don't chase them. But we know that these cars are getting away all the time. And I think those of you that have remember all the car break-ins, and Mayor, you've heard a lot of this as well, where we would show up and they would get away. And they would crash into our car, drive across the front lawn or something, and why don't we chase them? And I know the public would criticize that as well, but that's there are some important rationale why we don't do that. But why is this all important? Why should we discuss this at a budget hearing? Because there are so many demands on policing right now. They're not stopping for us, and when they do, they're not obeying our orders. It has become very, very difficult to police in 2022. People often don't stop for us, and when they do stop for us, they're many times very disrespectful and say things to us that I won't even repeat here, but I'd be willing, if anyone wants to come in, I'll show you some of the video of what our officers have to listen to, and the things they're called, and the accusations that are made. And we know that the beaches, post-pandemic, have really changed. And we're seeing we were seeing violence at our beaches, we were seeing a lot of disorderly behavior at our beaches, and it really affected the quality of life of people that wanted to go there. And I know most of you know that. And so the only way that we could combat that was by placing police officers all the time at the beaches. And the public was very pleased, and they enjoyed that, and they appreciated that. But that is very manpower intensive. We know that Milford Center, I've been around long enough to remember when you folks some of you that are even here wanted to see the bars close at 10 o'clock. Now, there are lines around the corner, there's a party bike, there's a party boat, and we're dealing with the disorderly conduct, the fights, the drunken behavior. And that's okay, because it's not up to the police department to determine what Milford Center should look like. It's up to all of you and the public. But we have to respond to that. So we know that post-pandemic, we've seen this uptick in very violent crime that is very concerning, as it should be for all of us as citizens. And we know that we have a lot of responsibilities that we didn't have before. And we're dealing with some other things in terms of police officer engagement and the climate in law enforcement, not just in Milford, not just in this state, but around the country. And I hope we get an opportunity to talk about that as well. So I just thought I would start with that, and then kind of move on to just some things that are new in the budget that help address some of those very things I'm talking about. We have in the budget for seasonal temporary parking agents in an effort to try to clear up, because we know we're doing a lot of aggressive parking enforcement down at the beaches. Residents want that, they want the turnover. You've asked us to do that. You've installed kiosks, which have been very helpful, but we're spending a lot of time having officers down there that we just don't have, especially on weekends, and I hope we can get into that too. And so there's money in there for parking. It's in seasonal temp to hire parking enforcement agents just for the summer. And if that's funded, we'll go ahead and start the search in July. We also took some money out of the private duty account to upgrade the way we enforce tickets. So we'll get electronic notification from the kiosk system to let us know when there's a potential violation, and the tickets will be digital. We want to make sure that if we have, especially if we have young people or people that aren't police officers giving these tickets, that they're spending less time at the car, because people get upset when they get a parking ticket. We've also, in there is a $75,000 for beach patrols. That covers about 20% of the actual cost, but what we found last year is we can't take them off the regular shift. We have to hire them. We've got to bring them in on overtime, and that's very expensive. So in talks with the mayor, we're going to offset that with the $75,000 there. And then you also see dash cameras. You're only seeing $18,000 there for dash cams. That's part of the police accountability bill. It's mandated that we have those dash cams by July 1st. We have body cams. We were one of the first police departments in the state to have. We believed in them for well before anyone was talking about body cameras. So we're fine there, but we're required to put dash cams in. That's $18,000. The 30% of the original cost was reimbursed by the state. We've got that reimbursement, Peter, I believe, or I know we applied for it, we did get it. So the amount over the next 4 years is going to be low. After that, the next contract is going to go up considerably because it's expensive. It's not just the maintenance, it's the storage really is what costs quite a bit of money. And then I want to just point out some deficits that are in the budget. And these deficits are there every year. Regular overtime, we're about $170,000 to $200,000 in deficit. We know that. That's actually a very light number. And if you look at that deficit and the current deficit that we'll have, which will be about $150,000, it's far less than what we've spent in the past, and far less than departments our size. See, when we do comparisons, we don't do it within the city, we do it within our peer group, with departments of similar size and complexity. We do it with our personnel, and we do it with our operation. So we know what departments are spending. We were always proud that we spent less, but there's a reason why we're spending even less, and that is because there's a change in policing, and there's a change of police officers. And I'll get into that, and that has to do with the hours that they are working and the overtime that they'll avail themselves. Holiday pay is once again underfunded, $130,000. And I point that out because we know that's underfunded, but that means that these other categories will have to take from these other categories. And so I'll have to make sure that we don't spend down in all those categories. Often there is a surplus in regular wages. There'll be a surplus as well because we're seeing police officers retire as soon as they can, and some leaving the service altogether. And I hope we can talk about that. We are now spending 11 months from the day an officer gets hired to he or she takes her first call, but we have to pay them during that. And let me just address that before we get into anything else in the budget. There's a lot been said about retention and recruitment, and it's a nationwide problem, it's a state problem. 7 years ago, we had 1,200 people apply for like 7 or 8 positions. 3 years ago, we had 750. This year, we had 129. We did better than almost any department our size. I talked to a department yesterday that had 14. I talked to another department, same size, had 28. But we could only get 11 people to pass everything out of 129. We couldn't hire anyone else. And so we have an academy in session. We have 11 openings. We'll have, in July or August, 5 more. But people aren't leaving to go to other departments. They are in other departments, and I think this is important, and I'd like you to hear this, because as long as I've been chief, and I've been here for quite a while, 2 people have left this police department, 2, to go to other departments within the state. Some have moved away and moved to different states, but 2 people. And one of them we knew was going to leave in the very beginning. He wanted to be a Stratford police officer, and as soon as that came available, he left. And the other one went to Yale for more money, and he needed the education for his family. Now we have, officers that are retiring and going to other jobs, because that's what we do in this industry. We retire, we get our pension, we go on, we get our pension and go on, we get 2 or 3 pensions. That's industry-wide. And you've seen that here, Ken Ron at Leffen did the same thing. And so, but I'm talking about officers leaving to go to other departments. 2, that's a week or a month or maybe a year. Talk to other agencies. That says something, because we're certainly not the highest paid. Now, our benefits are pretty good. They used to be great, but they're still pretty good. So I think that's important. Where that will go, I don't know. But let me also address what I was talking about officers. They've changed. They no longer want to work weekends. They want to be home with their families. They want to go to dance recitals and soccer games and baseball games. They want quality of life. And if you want to talk about morale, I can talk about morale, and we can get into why they feel the way they feel and why they want a better quality of life. And so they will take all their vacation on their weekends. You see, officers used to hold on to their vacation like we do and cash it in to supplement your pay. They don't do that anymore. They take it. And they take it on weekends. And before, we know we have to hire at 60%, right? But we know in the summer we need more than that. We need 100%. For all the reasons that I just mentioned. But what's happening is these officers don't want to work on weekends. So no one signs for the work, or very few people sign for the work. So as a result, we hold these officers over almost every day in the summer. And we hold people over every weekend, regardless of the season. What that means is you think you're going home at midnight, or you think you're going home at 8 in the morning, but you can't, because we order you and you tell you have to stay into another 8 hours. And then the next day we do the same thing, and the next day we do the same thing. Or we call you at home and wake you up and say, come into work. That affects quality of life. That affects their mental health. And that affects their morale. And this is why we're not spending as much overtime, because we can't get the people that want to work on weekends. And you really can't blame them for wanting to have holidays off and have a better quality of life. When you work those kind of hours, it's hard to stay engaged, it's hard to stay focused, and it's hard to maintain a positive feeling over your job. That is not a Milford problem specifically. That is every police department in the state. I go to the gym with a police officer from another city, and he's only been on a little while, and he said, I'm done. I've had 7 straight days in a row, 7, 2 days off and 7 more where I haven't been able to go home. And so he doesn't want to do it anymore. Well, and so that's kind of what we're going through with policing right now. And again, if anybody prefers, I can talk deeper about how police officers feel. I can talk about, sometimes we call it morale. I can certainly do that if you're interested. But other than that, that's everything I have for the budget, and I'd be happy to take your questions.
Alderman Gurman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the chief, thank you for all your hard work and all the work that these guys go through every year, especially now at these trying times. Question is, how many positions do you have vacant right now that aren't filled, funded but aren't filled?
We have 11 that aren't filled. We will soon have 3 more. We started an academy class. One of the benefits of having our own academy is, there's several benefits. Most important, as far as I'm concerned, is that we can train a lot of people at once, as opposed to putting 2 here and then waiting for another class and 2 more. We get to train them the way we want them trained. We get to give them additional training, like critical incident training, things that they don't get in regular basic training that we think are important. And we also generate revenue. So right now, we're down 11. We will be down 3 more shortly. Let me just add to that, though, and I'm not sure if you're even asking this, but I'll offer this. We also have an officer who is in the Naval Reserve, and she spends 3/4 of her time in Virginia or wherever with the Navy. And when she comes home, she's got to go through all that training, and then she uses her time off. So that's one position that's gone. And then I'm sure FD has the same thing. I think we're down 4 long-term injuries. So when we look at what our openings are, it wouldn't be fair to say, well, if you're down, say, 10 people, if you have 116, then you must have, the X amount of people available. And that isn't always the case, because especially with our military, who we certainly support and endorse her commitment to the military, but it is actually 1 less position. But to answer your question, to summarize, we're 116 would be our full contingent. We're down 11, but we have 10 in the academy right now that we're paying.
Mr. Chairman, through you, just one follow-up. What do you anticipate throughout the year, either people retiring or coming due, or more vacant positions opening up?
We anticipate, I think it's fair to say, about 5 more this year, but we just don't know. I had an officer come in today that he's 7.5 years on, and he's moving to Florida. He's leaving, and he's a really good officer. Educated, military service. So we may see more of that. We may see more officers decide, I don't want to do this anymore. I try to track retirements, because you can just about everyone, you're not going to see people stay anymore. They're going to leave at their 20 years. They may get out of law enforcement, or they may go to another department. So we try to track those people that can leave. We don't know, the unknown.
Thank you.
Alderman Archeolo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. Hello, Chief.
Hi, how are you?
I did have a question about a line item, professional services, and I was wondering if you could expand more on what that is. And I noticed there's a disparity between what the administration recommends and what you're hoping for.
I think there's a few. Can you give me the 4-digit number, the last 4 on that?
4150.
4150. Those are professional services for computer services. We get services from MIS. We actually have an officer assigned locally, and then we also, but there's some things that are specific to the police department. I think Adam will tell you, I think he's in the back, that we have a very sophisticated operation there in terms of technology. And so TB&G is our contractor, and they do our services, and that's what that's for. There used to be a much higher number before we had MIS.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any more questions for the police department? Alderman Vitale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Chiefs.
Good evening.
Help me understand what you meant by police going to other departments.
They're called lateral transfers. So once you're certified as a police officer, you can leave here and go there. It's very easy.
Other cities?
Other cities. It happens all the time.
Okay. No, I didn't
Dozens.
understand the departments, because I know we had people leave for UNH, we had people leave for many other positions.
Well, so let me address that. And the people we had leave for UNH, in fact, I remember when Tracy Mooney went there, she had 19 years and 8 months on, and she told me I'm leaving at 20 years. And I won't tell you what other things she shared with me in terms of what her career path was, but then she became the chief at UNH. She retired. That was her goal at 20 years. Again, she announced that in 1908. Ken Ron left, retired, went to Southern. Dennis Broderick retired, went to Southern. Paul Mazzara retired, went to Southern. And that is just a product of taking my pension and securing my pension and then going into another law enforcement job. Those happen to be officers that were still very engaged and wanted to stay in law enforcement. I'm talking about a lateral transfer. That is, I'm going to leave you and go here, not retire.
I just need an explanation of that. Being in a neighborhood of maybe on our street, there's maybe 20 houses and 6 occurrences have happened in a short period of time because we're so easy on, easy off to the 95 and Merritt Parkway. And for people who are looking out on TV land tonight, the police are between a rock and a hard place. You don't chase. If you catch, they're released. So maybe you did say something to resolve, but can you, in today's policing, what is the resolve to all of this? I mean, if I'm going to do a crime, and I know I'm going to get away with it, why not do the crime? Crime doesn't pay. We always said that years ago, but it seems like it's paying because they either never get caught or they get caught and they are exonerated because the court system, whatever it may be. So what is the resolve to today's policing? Is it more personnel? And is it money? Does money fix everything? I don't know. I just need to hear some of these, and the people out in TV land need to hear some of these resolved.
Sure. So let me address that this way. So in light of all these issues and these crimes that I've mentioned, we have restructured the agency. We have 6 less detectives. Now that's a double-edged sword because police officers want advancement and they want assignments, but we're taking those away. We have taken someone out of traffic, so we're going to have half the traffic for traffic studies this year. We've taken someone out of crime prevention. And so we've restructured the way we also assign cars to make sure we put cars in hot areas as opposed to just splitting it up with equal parts. And so we've also done a lot of what you can't see. So there is a lot out there. And that does require resources, right? That does require money. We know we're preventing. We know we're solving crime at an unbelievable rate. We're doing an amazing job, but those do take resources. But in terms of why people commit crimes and criminality, that I certainly can't answer. But what we can do, and what we do here in Milford, is we make sure that we have a seat at the table when it comes to policy and when it comes to legislation. That's why you see us up at Hartford, you see us up at the Academy, so we can have some impact on where those go and make sure that people understand what our needs are. Those are things that we certainly can do. But what we have to do is in this period where police officers feel demoralized, they feel demonized, they feel unsupported, and they're concerned about being called something that somebody somewhere certainly is, but not them. And it's difficult to stay engaged, but our job, and that's why leadership is important, to make sure they stay engaged and to make sure that there's a lot of people that support you. And even those that don't support you and don't like you, we have an obligation to all of them. And so you have to appeal to their inner sense of commitment. No, but it's important, because police officers have that. They have commitment, they have passion. Otherwise, they wouldn't go into this. They certainly wouldn't start working. So it's not just a catchphrase. Now, not everyone has it. And we try to hire and train and appeal to that. And those that don't have it have to be held accountable, have to adhere to the same standards. And so that's what we do. And we're the enforcement side. We have taken on a lot. We now have, and thank you to the mayor and to you folks for allowing us to bring social workers on. And we have a whole social worker team, 2 social workers and 2 interns. Didn't have any space to put them. But we relocated people. They're not very happy, but we have an office and we're doing work. We're working with Bridges and we're working with social services. And so we can impact those that are involved in mental health issues, and those that are committing crimes and potentially crimes of violence that previously weren't being addressed, or at least in real time. We are doing everything that we can do. And the challenges certainly are there, but it's very important that when someone in your neighborhood does call, that we have adequate resources to respond. Because what we often hear is, why did it take you this long? Why did it take you that long? In fact, I just talked to the union president before I came in, and he told me the same story. And he said, I can't say to them, because this happened and this was really important. People don't want to hear that. So we all have to be able to do our part. If we expect that kind of commitment and that kind of response, we often do our part to make sure that those resources are out there. We are extremely highly trained. I invite you to talk to others about MPD. You can talk to legislators about MPD and our seat at the table and the sophistication of our agency. We're really proud of that. And so that's what I would tell people. And you're seeing a lot of cars out there because that makes people feel safe and it makes it preventative. They may go somewhere else and commit a crime. But we are trying to keep Milford, and will keep Milford, as safe as we possibly can.
Just to follow up, Mr. Chair, I have to commend this young man, a police officer that I experienced down the beach one day, and I was far away listening to what was happening, and he was appealing to these teenagers who were doing things that they weren't supposed to be doing, and mouthing off at him, and he tried to explain his position. It didn't seem to deter at all these teenagers from what they were doing, and he kind of had to walk back. He was between a rock and a hard place. So those people left, but I did approach the officer, and I commended him to say, I don't know how you did it, but you did it. And you kept your cool, you're compassionate, you understood, and yet there wasn't any responsibility for actions. These kids were doing what they wanted to do, and they were continuing to do it, and they went along their way. I don't know what it would have been. I know what it would have been 20, 30 years ago, what would happen, but the fact is today is a different breed of person and a different breed as to handling things. But, I had to commend him and I had to say something. So I see the difference in what was happening. I mean, even in school, when we was involved with school, you call police and they did whatever they needed to do, whether it be drugs or mischievous as far as behavior as far as in school. But I have to commend you and commend that particular officer, because he did a great job. But again, it was a matter of saying he was between a rock and a hard place. He tried to be proactive. We didn't come to a resolve, and they eventually left. But the fact is, they put him through hell at that point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alderman Parente.
Thank you, through you, Chairman. Good evening,
Good
Chief. Could you speak to the efforts you've made in the past couple of years to build gender and other diversity into the police department, please? Thank you.
And we're very proud of that. And I'm first going to speak to including more women. Women are slightly over half of our population, including in Milford. And so we believed early on that we needed to start to reflect our community. We also start seeing the benefits of female police officers, women police officers, and some of the things that they were really good at that they seem to be better at than men in a lot of respects, especially when it comes to de-escalation and patience. But we also wanted to inspire young women to say, I want to be, if she can do it, I can do it, right? So we thought it was a really important message to include more women. Tracy Mooney was our first female captain, first female lieutenant, first female captain, first female deputy chief. And it was a sad day, no offense, Brian, but it was a sad day when she retired. And so we thought that was an excellent example. When I came on, in fact, we have a locker room, we had 2 women. And now we have 23 women. And as you know, we're committed to the 30 by 30. Now you're seeing 30% women in the agency by 2030. Well, that'll happen organically. And you're seeing other agencies jump on. We were the first agency in Connecticut. We were one of 12 nationwide. And so we were really fortunate, really excited about that. We have been hiring about 40% of our classes have been women. This one, I think, is at 30. And so, again, we'll reach that organically. But we also want to reflect the population that we police. Milford's very transient. I think that's probably why we're so strong, maybe financially or maybe just as a community, because we have so much commercial retail. We have so many services. I mean, look at the recreation that we have in the beaches. And so we know the numbers of people that stop, and so we can estimate what that transient population is. We want to look like that. And we also want, we think it's important that to attract more people of diversity, that they can see people that look like them. You've seen the numbers, you've seen the classes. We hired our first black female. Really excited about that. She's terrific. She comes to us. We were fortunate that she wanted to come here because it's no longer do we pick you, you kind of pick us now. That's just because it's getting really competitive. And so we're going to continue to focus to do that. We also have always had considerable training in the area of fair and impartial policing. And we were also instrumental in creating those seminars and those programs for all police officers, not just ours. Thank you.
Alderman Bruscher.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Hey, I just want to first off thank you and the department for all the great work you do. And I can't imagine how difficult it's been over these last couple of years, especially given the climate. And so I just wanted to ask a little bit about the body cam storage line item. I know this is a challenge that every municipality is facing, and just difficulty overall, but not just the line item as it relates to this budget, but future investments that you see coming down the pike.
Absolutely, and thank you for the question. Body cams have been mandated for quite some time. As I mentioned, we've had those. We used to have 12 cameras and we all shared them. Now everyone has to have their body cam. Myself and the deputy chief by law have to have one as well. And for instance, if I went out and did something enforcement, I would have to put it on. And so with that comes the equipment, the hardware, and then the back-end storage. And so we have to have that on so often. Those patrol officers have that camera on all the time. And when those videos get downloaded, they have to be cataloged and placed into different spaces, right? Different catalogs. There's different retention schedules. Some have to be shared by the court. Many of them have to be viewed and redacted. It is, and so there are costs involved with that. And that software does all that stuff. They're 5-year programs. We use Axon Axon BWC's body cams. There's a 5-year plan. Our 5-year plan expired, and this 5-year plan, which the costs have gone up considerably, but the costs are the costs. And the mayor had asked me at one point, are there cheaper alternatives? And I said, yes, but they're not as sophisticated as ours, and they can't do the things we do. Most agencies choose the same product we choose, and we made a decision to stay with that product. So that's a 5-year plan. You can pay it all in one lump sum, or you can pay it over 5 years. Same thing with the, also included in that right now are the tasers. So the taser is the same thing. So is the hardware, because all that metadata has to be downloaded when there's a taser use and has to be reported to the state and whatnot. When the hardware is, when there's damage or the hardware isn't upgraded, all that stuff comes to us. But every 5 years, those plans change. I'm sorry. Did I not answer your question?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
It does. Sorry, I draw my pencil at the same time, so.
Oh, okay.
But also, just in that kind of same vein there, do you see, and obviously it's speculative, but do you see other major technology investments that you would obviously aren't in this budget, but that would be coming in future years that you see as major investments that would need to be made and might even require infrastructure now to set the stage for it?
I don't. When we submitted the building proposal, those that remember that, all that was included in there. The consultants added that stuff in there. And I remember talking to some of you about why we're building out the space, and I said, what's the next big thing? Well, that turned out to be social workers. I wish we had the space to put them. But in terms of technology, I think that we have certainly an adequate facility, which is desperately needed and desperately affects how police officers feel about their work environment. But we have retrofitted our existing building for all those technology improvements. So I think we're pretty good. We have the computer forensics, which has really taken off and doing some great work. That's going to expand. We'll need to increase that space in the future, especially when this officer, who is our examiner, has 20 years on. He's going to retire and probably go into the private sector. So we have to make sure that we start to build that out. But in terms of all these other things, we have taken, if you want, I could show you the police department. We've given up offices and workspace to put technology in, to put all of our radios and to put all of our body cams and to put all of our tasers. And so the sergeants don't have an office anymore. So we find ways to get it done. I don't know what else the future would hold, but that's the best I can give you. There's been talk about other things like facial recognition and some of those things. They're still kind of, the jury's out whether law enforcement's going to get actively involved in that. Thank you.
That's great, thank you.
Alderman Moffett.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to thank you. Our house was broken into and ransacked some time ago, and the response to the Milford Police Department was really extraordinary, so thank you very much for the great service.
Great, thank you.
We talked about just a moment ago about big investments we can make to solve crime. And I was wondering if there are other little things that we can do as citizens. We recently got a Ring doorbell at our house.
Mm-hmm.
And I laughed to my wife, said, we live across the street from Park. I said to my wife, if there's a crime committed across the street, the police are going to want our feed.
Mm-hmm.
And she kind of laughed at that. But while we were campaigning over the fall, I was surprised at how many people have those devices in their houses.
Yeah.
And is there a way that maybe we can tie those together like we used to do with the neighborhood watches? And just to have a sticker somewhere saying, hey, I'm part of a neighborhood watch, better stay out of my neighborhood, we're going to catch you, that sort of thing, just to discourage some people from committing a crime.
Sure. So I know Ring has that themselves, that you can sign up and your neighbors can all sign up. And then when you have an event, you can share it with us. We use whenever there's a crime, we go up and down the post road, we ask for everyone's body cams, video cameras on their businesses. Ring doorbells are terrific. Interesting enough, they're not as preventive as you would think, right? We've seen a lot of people still break into cars when the spotlights go on. But I think the biggest thing that residents did is they locked their cars. We're also seeing when they weren't locking their cars, now they started going in and if they couldn't find your key, they hit your garage door opener that all these cars had. And so we really worked hard on that campaign to try to educate people, and it's worked. I think people are, especially in this community, are terrific, and they watch out for each other, and they all seem to have video, and we get great information. It really helps us do our job and solve crimes.
Alderman Beatty.
Through you, Mr. Chairperson, thank you. And for the sake of time, I'll go right to my questions.
Sure.
Thank you. You've given me a lot of time in private to answer questions, and we appreciate that in your service. But I just would like some clarification. We were just focusing now on the police feeling under-resourced and underappreciated, of course. But in light of that, I'm looking at the budget. We're not really looking at the ARPA funding, which is the federal funding.
Mm-hmm.
So we talked about the city being generous with its resources in some ways, but that is actually federal funding that's coming. Now, the city is to be commended because they appointed a commission which did its due diligence and decided. But for the public record, there is $1.3 million going to the police body worn camera, and then also police department patrol vehicles. It's almost as if we're talking about budget independent of that.
Mm-hmm.
And so if I have questions, the average resident must have questions. What would happen if that money weren't there, and would that burden go to the city, and would they be able to meet it? And maybe you can just connect those two for us.
Sure. So I submit a budget request with everything that I feel we need. Maximum efficiency, and I don't get into the weeds on what accounts it's going to be taken from. So I would guess you'd have to do a budget amendment and put it in there because we have to have it, right? We know we have to have body cams, but we'd be in violation of the law. We have to pay for it. We have to have dash cams, so we would be in violation of the law. We would have to pay for that. So it has to be in here. It can be broken down in a 5-year plan as opposed to a single pay, a single 1-year payment, a lump payment. But it was in my budget as a 5-year plan, and that's what the contract says, so we'd have
And
to
so
do
you're
that.
thinking of it just funding sources, it doesn't really matter where it comes from. And my question was really more pointed, that it's new monies that are there that might not be there had in.
Right, so I guess what you're asking is, so if they're paying whatever account you're using, and if you're using that account and you're paying the lump sum for body cams, then for the next 4 years, we wouldn't have to pay. But if you're just, for the dash cams is still going to be there, right? We're still going to have to pay that.
Right.
And in the 5th year, when we have to renegotiate this contract, we're going to have to keep that money there, and it's going to have to be put into the budget. All those are going to have to someday be put in there because these technology pieces aren't going away.
And so, is the 3 areas, the body cam, which are mandated, the police cars, and then the third was the labor with the social workers to create.
Yes, and that is a new item.
Enhance the necessary community policing, yeah.
Yeah,
So those 3
they're working out terrific. They were surprised at how much work, but we hired the right 2 ladies, and again, the 2 interns are doing an amazing job. And that was kind of a new project we've never had before. And we specifically had asked for funding out of that ARPA money.
Right.
Because it was a new project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alderman Marlowe.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, good evening, Chief, and again, as others have said, thank you for the service your department does. I had a question. I see you're looking for 2 new public safety dispatchers in the budget, and I wonder if you could just tell me, I see that we have 13 and this would make it 15, what they really are involved in doing.
So dispatchers do all the public safety dispatcher, fire, police, EMS. Calls come in, they answer the phone, they take the call, they dispatch the units. Those are very important jobs. Very difficult for us here in Milford to retain people. We're finding that people are being trained, and the data shows they're being trained and then going elsewhere, because there's a big pay gap. Some places pay quite a bit. And we've been talking about this, and what our strategy should be is how to retain and attract these folks. But we still, and it's kind of unusual for an agency our size, we still have police officers that have to work in dispatch. They have to also get certified as dispatchers, and then when there's openings, which are often, they've got to work in dispatch. We have never fulfilled our commitment to go to a combined dispatch center. In fact, we made a commitment that we would build a dispatch center in the new police department. So the space is too small, and we don't have enough people to do that. And so when we can't put a police officer on the fire side, but the dispatchers are cross-trained. So there's really a disadvantage when we don't do that.
Thank you.
Alderman Gurman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. And one just quick follow-up. You had mentioned that you benchmark or compare Milford to other towns. What are some of those other towns that you compare budget-wise?
Sure. Fairfield, East Hartford, Hamden. I think we did Manchester. We've done quite a few. Those are ones that come to mind. But if you look at, I think the way to look at it is just look at similar sized departments. And most of those have similar size complexities. As departments get into that kind of that medium range where we are, you'll see that many of them have kind of the same things that we have. The community is important. Fairfield's a good example of that. It's a very similar community in terms of size, in terms of population, beaches, bars. And so those are 3 that I can give you that you can look at. I think Hamden and Fairfield are 2 real good ones, very almost identical in size.
Thank you.
Any more further questions for the police department? Alderman Giannattasio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening.
It's always good to see you.
You as well.
And thank you for your presentation, full of a lot of information. And the data for the uptick in crime is compelling, to say the very least, especially for a city like Milford. It sounds like we're being almost targeted. People are actually coming here to commit crimes. And, we have access to 95, we have 5 exits, and it's easy on, easy off. We have our beaches, we have our bars, and we keep adding on, to the list of things to police. So we are a growing city with a growing department with growing challenges. So in terms of your budget, it looks like you requested 4 new police officers.
That's correct.
And it was completely ignored, zeroed out. But out of everything that I heard from you tonight, and correct me if I'm wrong, that sounds like the first step in the right direction. As a alderman sitting here, an elected official, I would think that would be paramount to get more police out on the streets, and based on retention, based on early retirements, based on the policing career as it is today, I think that that is probably something that we should take a second look at. And I just wanted to get your thoughts, your opinion on those 4 police officers and how that would help alleviate or help better our community.
Certainly. So put it into perspective, 4 police officers are only 1 police officer per shift. In fact, it's 1 shift shy of 1 police officer per shift. And it is a long-term solution. When I came on there in 1981, there were 110 police officers. And Milford was very different. Milford Center, there was really nothing down there, if those that can remember. So we're now at 116, but 5 of those officers are SROs, so we don't have them during the year. And they come back for 6 or 7 weeks in the summer. They take all their vacation, and they have to meet all their training requirements. We really don't have them that much. So we're at 111, and that's only 1. But the reason it's a long-term fix is we just put a class in, we just finished a recruitment. And so if it was approved, we would start in July with recruiting, and then we would do the selection process. And the earliest that we could get anyone into a class, and if we would have to do our own class, because if we didn't do our own class, we'd only probably get 2 in, and then maybe 6 months later, 2 more, or 4 to 6 months later. Then we would have to train them for 11 months. So it wouldn't help this summer, it wouldn't help next summer. It would be a long-term solution. And as I said in my conversation with the mayor, as he considered that during COVID, we had more police officers than we needed because there was nothing was happening. And that if we did that, if we felt that we started to see a turnaround again, we could always retract. But that was a long-term solution in anticipation that these trends could continue. And it's so hard to understand what's COVID, what's post-COVID, and what is the result of police officers feeling the way they feel about being law enforcement and their reluctance to engage for all the reasons I mentioned. I think that we're getting somewhere on that, and we're all working slowly. We all the chiefs, I think we have a really, really good strategy here. Again, long-term fix, and so I can't anticipate what that's going to look like in December of 2023 would be when they would hit the road.
Thank you, Chief. Just to follow up, I do support that as well. I think that is something that should not be overlooked, and I think the time is now, and we want to put our police department in a position where you can succeed and give you the personnel that you need to cover, like you said, things have changed, quality of life, people look at things differently, so I think we're going to need those extra police officers to help fill the gaps, you know, for the other police officers who are, sounds like they're overworking, or, you know, they're getting to the point where they can't, you know, continue on this, you know, type of work, hourly, weekly, you know, day in and day out, and being asked to stay on an additional shift because there's no one else to do the work. So I think that that would be something that we should all get behind as a board to support public safety and to support our police department. And, you know, we look to you for your advice. You're the expert, and you come before us and you give us your update and you tell us, you know, what we need to do in order to stay ahead of, you know, crime. And it sounds like there's a lot of different types of crime happening. I know the mall, you mentioned Route 1, the beaches, you know, policing has changed. And I think that we need to realize that, and as a board, I think we need to, you know, start thinking about adding more police officers, and through your recommendation, of course. And, you know, just want you to know that we don't know everything, but when you come before us and you say that you need support in that area, that, you know, it's concerning. So I just want you to know that, you know, I'm paying attention to what you're saying, and I'm going to do the best that I can as an elected official, as one member on this board, to see that that gets put back into the budget. Thank you.
Any further questions for the police department? Seeing none, thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Assistant Chief, thank you for coming and presenting and answering all our questions. Next department on our agenda is the Animal Control, page 59, Scott Ellington.
Good evening, everyone. I'll be as brief as I possibly can. I'm keeping everything in the budget the same with a few exceptions. If you'll notice, there is now a copier rental. That money just is being reallocated from office equipment upkeep, so it's a better way to keep track in case of audit. The only other thing I'm requesting is more money in my electricity account. Any questions?
What makes the electricity more needed this budget than last year?
The electricity went up, and then during that heat spell, our central air went down, so we had to use wall-mounted units, which increased it. And it was at a point, because I don't know if you know, but there was a big thing, I believe it was up in Wallingford, where people wanted air conditioning in the kennels there. So the state was coming down. They came down and checked us, and we were like, we had every fan going during that heat wave to keep the dogs cool, and we were about 2 degrees less than, 2 degrees more, and they would have wrote us up. So we want to make sure the animals are comfortable during a heat wave.
Curious about how many dogs you got in the shelter in there now.
Right now, I only have 2.
Only have 2?
Yep.
Fantastic.
It's been the bright lining for COVID for us, because everybody that was at home wanted a pet, so it pretty much wiped us out.
Here. Any questions for the Animal Control? Alderman Giannattasio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, good evening. Do we still have a cost share with the town of Orange And are you still fueling up in the town of Orange?
Yes, we are, and yes, we do.
And how are the calls in the town of Orange? Have they increased, or is it mostly Milford?
I haven't really noticed any increase from the past years. Few more stray dogs, and we do patrol Racebrook Tract. Seems to be where everybody goes in Orange to take their dogs off leash.
And how are things at the dog park?
For the most part, good. I mean, we're up there pretty much every day when we can. There's still always a problem trying to catch people not cleaning up after their pets, but other than that, there's a lot of good citizens that do clean up.
Well, thank you. We appreciate all the hard work that you do.
Thank you.
And it's always good to see you. Thank you.
Any further questions for the animal control? I don't see any more, Scott. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for the service you do for the city.
Thank you.
Next department on our agenda is the Probate Court. Judge Ben Gettinger. Good evening, Judge.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, members of the board. I am Ben Gettinger, the judge of the Milford Orange Probate Court. By brief explanation, the majority of our budget gets paid by the state by statute. A few of the items get paid by both Milford and Orange on a 75-25 proportional share. So that's why I'm here today.
Very good. Anybody have any questions for probate judge? I don't see any.
Excellent.
Thank you,
everybody.
Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Next item on the agenda is Council on Aging, page 87. Leonora Rodriguez.
Mr. Chair, I do not see anyone here from the Council of Aging, but I will follow up if there are questions. Certainly, I can help answer some, but I will follow up to see if there's a representative available to answer questions to the board if they seemingly are not here tonight.
Would anybody have any questions concerning the Council on Aging? Alderman Archeolo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. Mr. Mayor, I just had one question on the line item, elderly nutrition contribution. Is that's food or that's, and I'm wondering if, if the department's requesting $1,000 and we're looking to almost eliminate it, I just want to know what that is and why it's needed or not needed.
I see that our finance director is here. It's a program that we have not necessarily eliminated, but put a $1 placeholder there just in case.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Alderman, yes, that is $1, not $1,000, and it's a placeholder in the event that the contribution is resurrected, if you will, in future years. But it is an account that was not needed over the past few years, so we decided just to put $1 in as a placeholder. Thank you.
Doesn't hurt to ask. Thank you.
Alderman Gurman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to, I guess, the mayor. Is there a reason why they're not here tonight, or?
Our office provided notice to all the different departments. I will follow up to find out why they are not here. I'm not sure.
Can they be added to a different night? I guess there's not many nights we have left, but Board of Ed night.
I will make sure that they're able to answer the questions, whether they do it in person or contact each alderman individually.
Any more questions regarding the Council on Aging? I don't see any. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for answering those questions. Next department on our agenda is Beth El Center, page 92. Jen Paredes. Good evening, Jen.
Good evening, everybody. It's nice to see you.
So I really just wanted to take the time that we had this evening to kind of walk through what the center's been doing both to respond to COVID-19, although that seems to be the new normal in terms of operations, but kind of the aftermath of COVID-19, or in addition to what the pandemic is doing by infectious disease around cost of living and how that's impacting our work at this time. So just very briefly, as many of you know, and thank you all for your support over the past few years, the center just has been very dedicated to ensuring that we maintain our services, we maintain the congregate shelters programs, in addition to our food programs, and we have done so. You know, what we've seen over the past several years has been alarming, and I really identify very closely with my colleague at Bridges Healthcare and with Chief Mello on just some of the trends that we're seeing reflected in our work as well. And I'll just kind of quickly walk down that list. We do have an outreach and engagement program. That program was started in 2019 when we saw an increase of unsheltered homelessness in our community of about a little bit over 100%. That program started with a part-time person. Now that program is 2 full-time outreach and engagement workers that work in collaboration with other partners that we've seen tonight and with other partners like the library and other places. So in 2020, we served 84 Milford residents in that outreach program, and in 2021, we served 108. And engagement in that program is anything from assistance with navigating the shelter system to getting in contact with food programs, but the qualification of that program is to be unsheltered, and we have a verification process for that. In our emergency program, our emergency shelter program for men, women, veterans, and families, we served in 2019 113 individuals. In 2020 and 2021 combined, we served just over 300. Because of the rising housing costs, we've had a lot of support from the state by way of rapid rehousing dollars and voucher dollars that we use to apply and support the folks that we serve at the center. But the market has been very difficult to do business with, quite frankly. The rapid rehousing and the vouchers that we use are mostly based on fair market value rates, and we all know that that is not how the housing market is doing business right now. So it's been very difficult to place people back in the communities that they came from, like Milford. We have not successfully, a resident that has come from Milford to our center, been able to reestablish residency for them in Milford in over 2 years. So it's something that we're working through that's really critical to our mission. We don't want folks to make roots in places they don't want to be. Our soup kitchen has really seen about a 40% increase since when COVID began. That's been pretty kind of stable. In 2019, we served 25,000 meals. In 2020, we served 35,000. In 2021, we served 33,000. I think the biggest area that we've seen increases is in our no-free shelter program. You all have supported that program over many years, which is one of the reasons why we come before you, knowing the value of that program. And there are folks on this board that helped to start that program, and that was 6 beds in our soup kitchen dining hall. This past season, that was a 47-bed program in partnership with Motel 6. A part of this is because shelter length of stays are so long, and so folks are not able to get in and out of the system rapidly. And so we're working on trying to reduce length of stays by increasing incentives to landlords and kind of doing everything we can to support folks as they come in and as they leave us quickly. But we are very much in that crisis right now. Lastly, we have a homeless prevention program that is a new program to us, relatively new. We started that in 2020. It's diversion services, and so what it does is allow somebody to start receiving our support at imminent risk of homelessness. So many folks, as you know, the kind of criteria around a homeless definition gets a little wonky and odd, and it often means that somebody needs to be, their situation needs to become even more dire before they get the right supports to be able to assist them. And so the diversion program that we've started allows us to start working with households between the period of time prior to eviction up to 2 weeks before their identified homeless date, and there's lots of ways that we find that. We served about 150 households in the greater Milford area in that program over the past year, and it's really put, I think, some assistance on the front end of our system to reduce folks that are in need of shelter, because the whole point of that program is to really help folks kind of navigate out of the emergency response system without getting in. So that's the kind of scope of what we've been doing over the past year or so. I talked about just the No Freeze program being of the most concern to us, and like the work that we have to do over the next 8 months before we're here at cold weather again to make sure that we're responding. That population of folks in that program cross over with our outreach and engagement services. And so it's really about making sure that those workers are on the ground, building relationships, getting folks in and out. We actually have a number of individuals who are unsheltered at this time who are matched with housing vouchers that cannot find a unit. So again, it's bringing us to that point where this individual and our system is equipped with the tools to be able to house somebody in the ways we know that help, but unable to find an accommodating unit to support them. So just very quickly, I understand all the restrictions and responsibilities of the city and just really appreciate the support. We're not asking for increased funding this year. We're asking to remain flat from previous requests. What I'll share is that obviously the center responds to the emergency crisis needs of housing and hunger. We are emergency response, that's what we do, but we often field calls from anyone who is housing unstable or food unstable. And so last year we received approximately 6,000 calls from Milford residents looking for housing supports. Right now, we have about a 10% unserved rate in terms of shelter. So if you look at like the 211 data, folks calling into our system have to start with that 211 call, and about 10% are not granted the service, are not met with an immediate response because of lack of capacity. I'll kind of close with this. It's difficult to understand and determine where this is going. Obviously, trajectories kind of shot up during the pandemic, and that's why I really identify with Jen and Chief, because it's unknown territory. We know some of these areas we can make some really key dents, and a lot of this is like, looking at the pocketbook issues that affect households and preventing homelessness whenever possible. But there was a recent study done by the Economic Roundtable that compared the conditions of now to the recession in 2008. And there are a lot of similarities in that case, kind of economically. And so they've determined that homelessness nationally will increase by about 49% by the year 2023. So we're almost there. Our job is to curb that, right? Obviously it's one projection, it's one model, but it's something that allows us to kind of understand just the scope of need that we're looking at that's happening everywhere. I'll close there and certainly take any questions that you all might have.
Alderman Vitale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Hi, Jen. Evening, and thank you for all you do for that homeless population. Could you tell me, just a point of information, your total operating budget, what is that?
So, right now, this year, our operating budget is about 1.2 million, 1.2. That has increased significantly. Probably about 350,000 of that has come from the state of Connecticut, passed through down to particularly the no-freeze program, the costs associated with operating what is now a much larger program in partnership with Motel 6. That is one-time only funding, and I think that's a really good question and really important to discuss. A lot of the responses that have come from the state level have been timed. We have program expansions, including the second outreach worker that we have on the ground now. They're with us under CARES dollars, and so obviously the goal of that position is to keep them on, because once you have that capacity, you don't want to lose it. And same thing with our diversion services program. Our diversion services is paid for by CDBG small cities funding through the town of Guilford. Complicated to say the least, but there's evidence to say that the commissioner will no longer support that particular earmark in CDBG small cities funding. So now we have to balance our books again and say, how do we keep that vital position? When we think about ending homelessness, you must think about preventing it, and we much would rather be doing that than gaining wait lists and shacking people up at Motel 6. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Alderman Marlowe.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Jen. How big a staff do you have that, and is it a paid staff or is it a volunteer staff?
Yes, so we have kind of year-round a staff of 25, and we have a volunteer corps of anywhere from 80 to 100. Most of the volunteers are operating in the soup kitchen, but they provide administrative support to the center, as well as things like maintenance of facilities and landscaping, all those additional expenses. During cold weather, we're up to about 30 with those seasonal employees.
Thank you. And just a follow-up to that. Are you planning any renovations to the facility, or are you trying to renovate? And also, do we serve outside of the community, or is this strictly for Milford residents?
Both good questions. So our emergency shelter program serves 65% of the folks we serve in that emergency shelter program are from Milford. About 82% of the folks that we serve in our no-freeze program are from Milford, and 100% of the folks that we serve in our outreach program are from Milford. Our soup kitchen services are a little harder to know because we don't record that level of data for folks that are picking up meals. We have a very low barrier for that program. Quite frankly, we love 90 New Haven Avenue. It's a great location for us, but it is showing its wear. When we moved into that building in '95, we were about 4 staff and 2 programs, and now we are 6 programs and 25 staff. You just think about the thousands of people that have come in and out of that building. So renovation is necessary. At this time, we have an architect looking at the space, doing a capital needs assessment, and really trying to understand what can we do to be renovating and expanding the building as necessary, because we are too small for the work that we do right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alderman Gurman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you to Jen. I know you get a lot of support from some of the nonprofits. I know the Milford Rotary did some painting for your dining hall, which is terrific. And I know they do a lot of serving in the kitchen on a regular basis, which is terrific. But can you share with us some of your fundraising goals? I know you have some runs and different things throughout the year that you do for, raising funds.
Absolutely. We just had thank you to those who could attend. We just had our annual gala on Saturday night. I mean, it's a critical component of supplementing the budget. The city of Milford's support is about 7.5–8% of our operating budget. The state support is about 40% of our operating budget. So you know, special events, individual fundraising opportunities, all of those are so necessary. So our two major, we bring in about $100,000 worth of fundraising a year. That's primarily through the Trick or Trot in October and our annual gala. But we've tried to, and of course had to, over the past couple years, expand with things like the Great Give and online, you know, peer-to-peer fundraising opportunities. You know, I was just saying with Ray that, you know, we're not immune to the increases of expenses. I mean, those have certainly increased in terms of our operating budget, but it costs a lot of money to operate these events now, not just the expense of the food and the staff for the venue that you're going to be at, but the time that it takes away from staff being able to serve on the front lines and do the work that we're here to do. So it's a balance. You know, you really have to do kind of a cost benefit of what you're doing and how you're doing it. So.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any further questions for the Beth El Center?
I do.
Alderman Parente.
Thank you, Chairman, through you. Thanks for coming this evening and for the dignity with which you treat people who are experiencing near or homelessness. I know I was reading through the state of Connecticut. Can you hear me? Okay. I was reading through the state of Connecticut recovery plan, and there was a lot of focus on homelessness, near homelessness, food insecurity, et cetera, and investing in programs that are already in place in communities. Have you been able to take advantage of that? And then also, could you speak to any folks who are on the verge of homelessness in the senior, you know, our seniors of Milford? I think there's a long wait list for senior housing. Could you speak to that to us?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have been the beneficiaries of some of those programs. A lot of that is that either one-time or time-limited funding that we are using to operate those programs, like kind of bolster the system that we have in place right now. You know, whenever you are aware that the funding is not going to be long-term and it's really kind of recovery-oriented, you get concerned with doing kind of long-term staffing or new programming or anything, you know, of that nature. So, so the answer to that question is yes, but we, you know, at this point in time, have not seen any increased or significant commitments from the state to continue to support the work. The thing about homelessness is you can't let your foot off the gas pedal, and we want to do that so bad. When we see outcomes that are positive and we see that the work is going forward, we think it's kind of a velocity thing, like a trajectory, and it's not. We have to continue to invest in the system every year, at least at that baseline level, based on, you know, what the expenses are in that moment. Your second question is an important one around seniors. You know, seniors, folks, so two things there. One is that the homeless population experiences geriatric conditions much sooner than the general population. It's a condition called weathering, and it's about being exposed to environmental elements, outdoor elements. And so we see our folks having, you know, long-term illnesses or conditions that we would typically see in much older folks, 80, 70 years old, 80 years old, we see in our folks 60 years old, 70 years old. And so, you know, the healthcare needs of this population are unique in that way. Outside of that, you know, the calls that we get from the Milford community are mostly around housing. How do I find affordable housing? Can you help me find housing? You know, we do refer them to the Human Services Office. We help when we can, and try to help folks navigate these like hard decisions. But quite frankly, I mean, they are in the position of so many, including young people who, you know, are unable to move out of their parents' homes and find, you know, places appropriate for their economic bracket. You know, I think, you know, our work is around deeply affordable housing for folks that are on fixed incomes that are below the poverty level. You know, right now, quite frankly, I shop in the same housing market as my clients do. It's just kind of where we are in that space. And so efforts to diversify and increase housing stock are really important, and the senior population is probably the most vulnerable in that, because they're really in need first, right? Those needs are so immediate right now.
Any further questions for Beth El? I don't see any.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jen.
Okay, have a good night.
Thank you for coming, and thank you for answering all our questions. The next department on our agenda is the Health Department. Page 79.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. I wanted to start out, typically I take this opportunity to brief everybody on what we've been doing at the Health Department over the past fiscal year. Probably the last 2 years, my focus and what I've shared has really been around the pandemic and COVID. What I wanted to do tonight was to share some of the COVID pieces, but to really draw your attention to, I think there's a perception that the Health Department has just been doing COVID for 2 years. So I wanted to really share all the other things we've been doing along with COVID. So for right now in this little booklet I gave you, you can ignore the insert because that's the Human Services Department, so I'll get to that in a minute. But the front page really gives you, and I'll point out, this covers the period of time from March 1st, 2020 to April 1st, 2022. So it's really the entirety of the pandemic through April 1st, 2022. The rest of the information in this packet is based on the previous fiscal year. So you will see some discrepancies, but we wanted to give you the picture of the entire pandemic. So, we've reached over 10,000 confirmed COVID-19 cases. So those are laboratory confirmed cases. Those don't include people who have tested positive on an at-home test. So really, as of last week, we're more like 10,850 cases. And 180 COVID-associated deaths. In the middle section, you'll see some information about our vaccination coverage. So we have 74.5% of Milford residents who are fully vaccinated against COVID-19, which amounts to about 40,811 residents. Of the vaccines administered, 16,588 of those doses were administered by the Milford Health Department, which is significant, and that includes first, second booster doses as well. Of those doses that were administered, we administered 143 doses to Milford residents who are homebound for a variety of reasons. And then we either hosted through our health department vaccination clinics at the Parsons Gym, or more recently in the past year at Subway, 55 clinics, as well as sponsored and facilitated pop-up clinics throughout the community in partnership with the State Health Department and the Griffin Yellow Van program. So we helped coordinate 58 of those as well in an effort to just provide as many opportunities to the community to get vaccinated. This middle box over here I want to draw your attention to. It has the two phones. 9,224 COVID-related phone calls during this time period. And I'd like to point out that that's just phone calls that were logged by only our clerical staff. So that does not include the calls that were taken by the sanitarians, all of our nurses in the schools, myself, our administrators. So that's just the calls that come in right to the secretaries. And then the bottom part really captures some of our enforcement work around COVID-19. So 340 complaint investigations from the community. So those are calls that the community made to the health department to report facilities that were not in compliance with sector rules that were in place, with executive orders, or other complaints that were related to COVID-19. And then we also, during a portion of the pandemic, public health licensed facilities were required to report if they had a positive employee in their business or in their establishment, and then we were doing contact tracing for those cases. So 170 food service establishments and 169 non-food service establishments reported cases to us. So that's kind of the overall kind of COVID by the numbers picture from March 16th, which was our first confirmed case, to April 1st. So if you draw your attention to the inside of the booklet, that is fiscal year information based on non-COVID work that we were doing while we were responding to the pandemic. So for school health and public health nursing, if you look at the chart relative to immunization clinics, you'll see in the fiscal year 1920, we did 24 immunization clinics. 2021, we tripled the number of immunization clinics we were doing with the same number of staff in order to be able to largely be able to provide those COVID vaccines to the community. With influenza, we saw an increase in demand with influenza with the pandemic as people wanted to make sure they were protected against influenza. And then that pie chart really also encompasses all the other immunizations that we provide on a monthly basis at the health department. The middle section of this really is focused on our school nurses. We have 20 school nurses out there in all of our schools, as well as St. Mary's and Laurelton Hall. And you'll see that over the past fiscal year, there were over 14,000 health office visits to our nurses, over 9,000 health screenings. Now, there were some districts that, due to the pandemic, were not able to complete the standard screenings that are supposed to be done, vision, hearing, postural. But our nurses were able to do the work of contact tracing, managing COVID-like illness in the schools, and do their routine screenings as well. And then over 3,600 medications and treatments administered to students. And under that, you'll see where we are right now is that about 40% of Milford students have a health condition requiring management by the school nurse. 40%. So I have been here, I don't know, probably 7 years ago, and that number was probably more in the 25-30% range. So our nurses they've been for quite some time more than just handing out Band-Aids and letting people take a rest. They're managing some severe conditions in their health offices every day. And that increase that we're seeing is largely in the area of mental health issues. So our nurses are managing conditions including anxiety, depression, ADHD, but then there's also more students coming in with conditions such as diabetes as well. So they are definitely hard at work and have taken on an enormous job over the past 2 years in maintaining the safety of the schools, doing the contact tracing, and doing their routine work. For the Community Health Division, I want to just draw your attention mainly to the red chart in the middle, because this is a division that really works on managing all of our grant dollars that we apply for. And so over the past fiscal year, we brought in over $500,000 in grants. And a good portion of that was relative to COVID-19 response or vaccine-related funds that we were able to apply for and get. So much like some of the other people were talking about, these are largely CARES dollars or COVID-specific dollars that will not be available after the end of this fiscal year, with the exception of one pot of funding that comes through the CDC to the State Health Department and then to us that we'll be able to utilize over the next year to support our COVID activities. And then in the area of preparedness, which is kind of the corner of the community health, just a reminder to everybody that public health preparedness, actually, when I started with our department part-time in 2004, I was the part-time public health emergency preparedness coordinator. All of the work that we did from then till now brought the health department to a position where we were able to respond effectively to this pandemic. But a portion of that was really also building up our Medical Reserve Corps and our community emergency response teams, our volunteers. So our volunteers, through those two groups, have put in over the past fiscal year 2,074 volunteer hours to support our efforts. So we would not have been able to do many of the things that we did, whether it was vaccine clinics, the test distribution sites. All of those were supported by our Medical Reserve Corps volunteers. And then finally, for the back page, our Environmental Health Division. So we often talk about environmental health in terms of, the air we breathe, the water we drink, the food we eat, and the enforcement relative to that. So our Environmental Health Division over the past fiscal year, part of what they do is we respond to complaints that are received at the office. So over the past fiscal year, there were 398 non-COVID related complaints, 257 COVID related complaints, so 655 total. Every complaint is investigated by our sanitarians. And so you'll see in this graphic, we've broken the complaints down by category. 105 blight complaints, 179 complaints relative to indoor or outdoor air quality, and a number of other areas, including complaints about safer outdoor living. So that's where we are right now, as we've headed into mosquito season, where we're starting our treatment. So we cover a large variety of areas through environmental health. So that's kind of the overview of what we've been up to at the health department in addition to responding to the pandemic. In terms of the budget for the health department, we essentially have come in flat this year, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Deepa. Is there any questions for the health department?
Mr. Chair.
Alderman Willis.
Mr. Chairman, through you to Deepa, thank you for all the work you do. I just have a question. The COVID vaccine for the homebound, were everybody that needed to be served that did make an appointment, were they in fact, were they able to get the vaccine?
So we were able to reach everyone that contacted our department or through 211 that came to our department. We were able to vaccinate those. We are still in the process of administering booster vaccines just because, as I mentioned, we've done all of this with the staff that we have, and so we need to be able to have the nurses available to go out and do the homebound visits and schedule in order to utilize an entire vial so it doesn't get wasted. But so we're still in the process of completing booster doses and second booster doses.
Any other questions for the health department? Alderman Gurman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you, through Deepa. Well, first of all, you definitely get the award for the most, nicest presentation here. That's well explained, well designed, but very nice. Quick question, are all these positions filled that are funded here currently?
So on the health department budget, the deputy director position has not been filled yet. We're right at the final round of interviews.
But everything else is filled?
And we have one nurse that will be starting in a few weeks.
Any more questions for the health department? I don't see any. We're going to move on to health services, VNA, page 91.
Just as a reminder for health services, that is the account that covers The cost of physical exams then this usually comes up right over the summer when school starts or early in the academic year for well child exams for people who are not connected to a provider and are in need of a physical exam.
Does anyone have any questions pertaining to health services VNA? I don't see any. We'll move on to the next Department of Educational Health Services, School Nurses, page 95. Anyone have any questions pertaining to educational health services? I don't see any. Move on to the last one for DEPA would be the Human Services Department, page 90.
So for Human Services, I'll direct your attention to the insert that was in the booklet, and the page with the little pie chart that covers our outreach side of the Department of Human Services. So much like you heard from Beth El and Bridges and the chief as well, we have seen an increase in the number of residents who are looking for emergency assistance. And what we are seeing actually is we're seeing a new group of residents that we have not traditionally seen come to our agency requesting assistance in the areas of rent and mortgage assistance, utility assistance, and emergency food vouchers, as well as in some cases emergency lodging. So we are starting to see some of that, particularly when the moratorium ended for eviction, as well as utilities. We saw people come to us asking for assistance, and we're still seeing that play out. We were able to obtain additional grant funding. So just for your awareness, the agency, in addition to what the city provides, last year we were able to get $107,000 in grant funding, and that was specific to emergency financial assistance, again, in the areas of rent, mortgage, utilities, as well as emergency food vouchers. So you'll see that we were able to serve 298 residents through our case management services. So what our goal is at the agency is to just lead people to the path of self-sufficiency. So we're looking to work through a comprehensive case management model in order to assist individuals, not just with providing the one-time limited financial assistance, but to provide them with the tools, budget counseling, and trying to connect them to resources to provide some lasting impact for them. So I've broken down the different services that we're able to provide. We also do our holiday programs, Thanksgiving meals, our Adopt a Family gift program, winter food baskets, and spring food baskets as well. And then we also are an intake site for the Energy Assistance Program at our office, where last year there was over $145,000 in energy assistance provided to Milford residents. And then we just today kicked off our renter's rebate season. Last year we were able to provide over $211,000 in renter's rebate assistance. And on the back page, this is Milford Youth and Family Services. And so our program coordinator there the key has been collaboration and really trying, particularly in the area of mental health and youth and family services, trying to collaborate with agencies like Bridges, like Beth El, like the police department, to be able to address the needs that are within our community, as there are wait lists. And so our goal at Youth and Family Services is when families are calling us, telling us about wait lists, to try to connect them with whatever services might be available, or try to bridge that gap until they're able to get off of those wait lists. So the budget for Human Services is also flat, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Does anyone have any questions for Human Services Department? Excuse me. Anyone have any questions for the Human Services Department? I don't see any. Thank you very much, Deepa, for your presentation and answering all our questions and all the good work you do for the city. Next department on our agenda is the Milford Government Access Television, Kara Flannery. Good evening, Kara.
Good evening. So I'm the chair of the Milford Government Access Television Committee. We have been trying to get our sea legs back over the last few months as you've all come back to your rooms. Now that we're no longer meeting on Zoom and in person, we experienced a little bit of transition over the last year. Our longtime producer left and moved on. We were happy for her, and then we took that opportunity to kind of reorganize how we were doing things, and we brought in two people as freelancers, one who had a great deal of technical expertise that could help us as this is a very fast evolving medium, to kind of help us keep up with technical upgrades as needed, and then a managing producer who could really help us wake up every morning and say, what does MGAT need? And just make sure the channel is scheduled, to make sure things are, the YouTube channels look good. We've had, moving through that transition was a little rocky, so thank you for your patience, but things are really, I'm really proud of the work that we've done over the last year, and we're really proud to be of service to this community. As people have been unable to attend your meetings, to make sure they can see things on YouTube, to make sure they can see things streaming, we've added a few committees. Obviously, our priorities are Board of Aldermen, Planning and Zoning, and Zoning Board of Appeals and Board of Ed, but we've also added inland wetlands to our roster of meetings that we cover. Even though they still meet by Zoom, we have somebody from MGAT log on to the meeting and actually stream it live, so you can watch it live even though, and without having to log on to the Zoom call. And we've also added a few things for the police department. We did the Police Academy graduation last fall. That's the second time that we've done that. This time we streamed it live in addition to the first time we did it, we just recorded it and put the broadcast up. We did a forum with the police recruits last April. So we're always looking for opportunities to serve the community, and I welcome your input and your feedback at any time. So if you have any questions for me, let me know.
Any questions for Kara for NGAT? I don't see any questions.
Okay. Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Kara. The next department on our agenda is Management Information Services, MIS. Adam Teller. Good evening, Adam.
Good evening. Hello to all of you. So I was looking back, I think I've been with the city now 3 years. And in those 3 years, the technology department has completely transformed. When I first came before you, I think it was 2019, we had discussed adjusting departmental budgets so we can start handling some of the technology purchases more centrally within the IT department. That has allowed us to do is fully support the departments in a way that we were not able to do before. All the departments have new computers. All of our infrastructure has been upgraded. We had to really change things significantly in a short amount of time because we were really far behind in a lot of our upgrades and changes. And there's probably not a department in the city that hasn't been upgraded, changed, or affected by the work that we've done. So this year, we just completed what really amounts to a 3-year overhaul of the entire system to get us up to date, to be in a position now where we can actually move forward and be transformative. Help the departments be more flexible, get departments who need to be working in a field such as the health department to be able to do field work. Help out other departments in any way that they need that we couldn't before, all while keeping in mind security. One thing we learned through COVID was that we had a very difficult time, though successfully we did so, had a very difficult time getting employees to be able to work remotely. And when they came back to have the systems be able to be load tested against all of the work that we now do here. So we're looking at more flexibility for our workforce. And we are now replacing through ARPA funding desktops with laptops so that now, if something were to occur, they can actually take their computers with them. It also allows our workforce, while they're here, to be more flexible in where they sit and where they do that work. And now we're focused, like I said, on security, making sure that users meaning the community at large can access services through us and through the departments that they serve. And that's about it. We've had an amazing amount of things that we've done. I wish I could list them all for you. It's been a significant change. I'd love to spend an hour talking about it, but it's a lot. We did a lot of great stuff, and I really appreciate all the support we received to do that.
Thank you, Adam. Has anybody ever got any questions for MIS? Alderman
Through you, Mr.
Beatty.
Chairperson, I just wanted to tell you, thank you for all you do. This is minor, but there's a little bit of an Apple Genius bar going on there. In all that you've done, and we know the scope of the work from when it was just 3 years ago, MIS, the transformation, but they still answer the phone and do entry-level problems, you know. With the boards, there was a little bit of change, the CI.gov to CI Milford, and a little confusion. It used to be seamless and go. And they answer the phone, and they walk you through it, and they're very helpful at the point of service. So you should know that about your people.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. We pride ourselves in trying to answer every call and help with any issues that arise possible. So yeah, and luckily we had a new hire recently who is a bit of an Apple expert, so he's been able to do a lot of work in areas that some of us aren't as familiar with.
For MIS. Any more further questions for MIS? Yes, Alderman Brozier.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Adam, I know I've worked with you in Bridgeport and seen your work here, and look, being an IT person in municipal government is not an easy job, and thank you for all you do, and you deal with so many, not only different needs, but also just the differences in tech literacy, I would imagine, is interesting. So thank you for your great work.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate hearing that.
Any further questions for the MIS department? I don't see any more.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Adam.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you for all the good work you do for the city. The next department on our agenda is the Finance Department. Good evening, Peter.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, to you and members of the board. My name's Peter Ardisi, Finance Director, and for those of you that are new to the board this year, I will just briefly explain that the Finance Department is made up of several divisions. We have the Accounting Division, or including accounts payable, Treasury, Payroll, Purchasing, our Assessor's Office, and the Tax Office. And the Office of Finance Director works very closely with Adam Heller as the ITMIS division or department, if you will, falls under the Finance Director, so we're heavily involved with their operations as well. With the city growing each year and more active with all of its grants and projects and transactions, as I've said in the past, the Finance Department is like the central office. So we're affected as the city grows, is more busy. The Finance Department, as a result, is extremely busy as well, supporting the city's operations in numerous ways. We also got hit this past year with additional state and federal reporting requirements, compilation requirements that have kept us on our toes, if you will, added additional responsibilities and work for us. We have recently undergone a Munis upgrade. It's not a new system per se, but as you all know, with various software systems, updates are required periodically, and this recent, I believe it was March, we had a major upgrade to Munis. So the look and feel changed a lot, and so that involved a lot of user testing among our various divisions, and then rolling that out to the rest of the city and answering questions and providing support. We also upgraded our Kronos timekeeping system. It was previously server-based. That went out to be hosted. And so that was also a major project. So as Adam said, there are just numerous projects and challenges and tasks that we do each and every year that I'm very proud and grateful to the team among all the divisions for working well together and working well with the other city departments to get things done. We accomplish things year after year, the audit, the certificate of excellence, the budget, et cetera, and it's always challenging, and that also keeps us busy, and I'm very pleased with the support of this board and the rest of the city that keep us going. I will point out in the budget, it's relatively flat. There is an increase in miscellaneous professional fees and services. That's really the only main increase, and I'll explain that briefly. There was a small, about a little over 10,000 from the assessor's office to help support some of the professional services that Marcus needs in his office, but the main increase was about 30,000 for banking fees. And in the past, over the years, we've always had those fees, and with the interest rates higher than they are today through our monthly analysis and earnings credit, we've been able to absorb those fees. But as you know, rates have been extraordinarily low. The banking environment market has changed a lot in recent years, and as a result, we've had to start paying those fees up front and not being able to absorb them through the analysis. And so we covered it through netting it with the interest revenue, but that is not the best practice. It's better to record it in the expense budget. And so this is the first time in this year that we are budgeting for that expense, and it's projected to be about $2,500 per month. The good news is that the accounting office, as you may recall, launched an AP Visa card program with the vendors, and I give them a lot of credit working closely with the Commerce Bank. It's been a success. We did launch it about a year ago, and the revenue share from that will help to offset the banking fees that you see here. So I'll leave it at that and open it up to any questions, and thank you very much.
I just want to once again congratulate you, Peter, for receiving that Excellence in Financing Award, you and your department, year after year. I don't know how many awards there were, but I know there was many, and very, very good job. Anyone have any questions for the Finance Department? Yes, Alderman Gurman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Peter. Yes, thank you for all your hard work you've done over the years. Thank you, Peter. Now, all these positions, are they filled on here?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, primarily, for the most part, they are filled. We do have a couple of vacancies. One is the payroll supervisor. Judy Keeler recently retired about a month or so ago, and I'd like to thank her for her service. She's a longtime city employee who was promoted into this position, and I give her a lot of credit to helping us get the reorganized payroll unit launched after the Munis conversion, and for all of her hard work with the team. The position is currently vacant, and we are working to fill it. We also have a vacancy, the senior clerk in purchasing, and again, HR is working with us to get that filled. And I believe those should be the only two, if I'm not mistaken, that are currently vacant. Thank you.
Any further questions for the Finance Department? I guess not, Peter. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you again for your great work you do for the city. The next department, the last department on our agenda is the Public Works Department, Mr. Chris Saley and Assistant Steve Johnson. How does it feel to be last on the list?
Last but not least.
I'm beginning to think someone doesn't like me here. I think this is like the 6th year in a row we're the last ones. And tonight was extraordinarily longer than I can remember. But I'd like to thank the board for giving us the opportunity to come and speak about our budget. And I will not be long-winded, and I'm definitely not as good as some of the other presenters. pretty much, straight to the point. So our budget is flat. It's been flat for a number of years. And we look to do the good works for the city with yours and the mayor's support. For new members, we oversee the Public Works Office, Parks and Highway, building maintenance, the garage, engineering, solid waste, and wastewater. We've had a number of projects that we've done over the years, and presently we're involved. We assist with a lot of projects. Steve Johnson, who's my assistant, has been involved with some of the CDBG projects. Right now we're in Morningside, which is a revetment and sidewalk public access to the beach down there, or the waterway. And we have a number of works that we do every day. This past week or a week or so ago when we had that storm, maybe a lot of people, I was actually away, but we had a decent amount of flooding in the area, especially in the Bayview area, Milford Point. So just the good works of the city every day. And open up to your guys' questions.
Any questions pertaining to the Public Works Department? Alderman Vitale.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Mr. Saley, Director.
Good evening.
Can you give us a synopsis of where you are with personnel, how many you're down, and what the stress is because of that, if there's any, and is the work getting done? A full summary of the honesty and where we are in the city as far as projects are concerned and getting done.
Yeah, so, presently, through all the divisions, there's 32 budgeted positions. We're down approximately 27 of those. I think out of all the other departments, we're the highest vacancy rate. It's been a struggle. I think everyone in our division understands it. We've had less employees than we've ever had, and we've had more demands. But like I said, we do the good works of the city. We do our best. I think the frustration that I have a lot of times is we're not as responsive, or can't be as responsive as we once were. But we understand the budgets are smaller, and that's what we're trying to work with.
That's short and sweet, thank you. And your job is getting done, right?
It's not getting done as quickly or as well as I'd like. I'd like to be a little bit more responsive, but it's getting done, yes.
Thank you.
In the effort of efficiency, I'm going to open up questions for any one of the departments: the Public Works Office, Highway, Parks, Building Maintenance, Engineering Department, General Garage, Solid Waste, or Wastewater. Just let me know which one you want to address, instead of going down one at a time. Yes, Alderman Arciello.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, it's a general question about Public Works. Hey, Chris. Would an increase in the budget help fill those vacancies, or is it an issue about having people apply for the positions at all? And are those positions posted anywhere, or what efforts are being done to fill them?
I think it's really a perfect storm. The positions are budgeted, and there's money in the funds. COVID has been a real challenge, just in general. I think not just with private and public sector employees, but just across the board. It's been very challenging to find employees. So that's been number one. We've struggled with seasonal help, especially like with a grass growing season, which puts an added stress on us. As Chief Mello articulated, there's people that just want more of a quality of life. The old days when people were willing to work 30 or 40 hours extra, especially during a snowstorm, we really don't see that as much. People are looking to get home, be with their families, so it's a challenge in that regard. But getting back to your question, there's money in there. We just have vacancies, and I think it's a perfect storm in a lot of ways. I know that myself, ultimately, it's my job to make sure the positions get filled, and I probably should be more forceful in doing that. But I also believe that Human Resources had some struggles. They've had a lot of turnover in the last 3 or 4 years, and it seems like it's a struggle, and we've had a number of people retire. So it's been a challenging time.
A follow-up, if that's right, Mr. Chairman. So what efforts are currently being, is there an undertaking, or are we posting those positions somewhere, or what efforts are currently being done to fill them?
So in the last month and a half, we've done some testing for our truck drivers, so we're filling some truck driver positions. I believe 3 of those are being filled. We've also done some training or some testing and some applications for custodians, which we struggled during the pandemic. We really did. I mean, we just didn't have enough custodians. We had a number of people retire over that 2-year period. So we have, I think, 3 positions that are coming on board in the next 3 or 4 weeks, one every week. That will alleviate it, but we're also anticipating other people to retire. So it's always a catch-up.
I understand. Thank you.
Alderman Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Director Saley. Good to see you.
You too, Dan.
Question, so we have 27 positions that are funded but not filled, and it seems like that's been a long time in that situation. Is there any positions that we can do away with and just cut them out completely and save the taxpayer dollars, and if we need them at some point in the future, you add them back? But it seems like we've had a lot of positions and the town, and the work's getting done. So why even have a lot of these positions if we don't need them? Take them off the budget.
So I'll give you an example. When we say the work's getting done, when I started 8 years ago, we had a full-time tree crew that went out 5 days a week and did just tree work. So we don't have that anymore, which means when people call for tree removals or issues with trees, it's a struggle to get them done, along with stump removals. We have a backlog still of stump removals. That's just one part of the Division of Parks and Highway. In regards to paving, especially in the wintertime, now we've been, through your guys' support and the mayor's support over the last 8 years, we've put a tremendous amount of money into the roads, into paving, bonded money, but we still have a high demand of potholes. Again, we used to have a full-time crew that went out and did potholes every day. We just don't have enough men to do that every day. So it's kind of like what you guys are looking for as a group. Are you looking for customer service where we can be responsive, or are you looking to try to cut it? Now, we have been doing it, but not really well, in all honesty. We could do a lot better job, I believe, with a little bit more help in filling the positions. And our goal in the next 6 months is to try to fill as many of these positions as possible, and then train. That's the other part. Training is a critical part. I mean, just to fill a position doesn't eliminate the need. You have to train people. And I think that's the other thing that we need to do a little bit better job of.
Thank you.
Alderman Beatty.
Thank you. Through you, Chairperson Vitro. I'm having a tough time figuring it out, just what is what and how we can help you. There has been a lot of talk and a lot of advocacy to try and help all of us, each of us, understand the increased capacity and the demand that you have and the services. We understand that these are budgeted items. I really tried to dig real deep to see. There were 3 years when there was changes in HR, then we had a pandemic, there are supply chain issues, and there was a burden on you to fill those positions. But now, the question that's being asked, you shrug your shoulders, you can do without them. The next question comes, well, maybe you didn't need them. That's not my assessment of the situation as chairperson of that committee by any means. And yet I really couldn't figure it out until maybe the reason is that when we advocate to fill those positions, which are many and varied, and just 3 truck drivers, what a difference that would make in the magnitude of the work, as an example, is that maybe it was putting an extra burden on you, and unintentionally, the very advocacy that was saying, get those positions, making you shirk away from that because it's one more thing you had to do. Do you need an assistant, like an intern, to help you to figure out how to get those positions? And is there a stopover in HR? When I spoke to HR about this, there are 27 positions filled. They are budgeted. There seems to be a demand and it's legit. What is the reason? There was a lot of talk from the HR director that the positions couldn't be filled because they were not in alignment with competitive salaries. So it's really hard to get at the problem from a budgeting point. Are these positions needed? And how much so? And what can we do to help you to fill them?
So,
please.
Yeah, you bring up some really good points, and I'm the last person here, so I'd hate to get long-winded, but I will say, we make the best of the circumstances. It's an honor to work for the city. I speak of myself personally. I've worked here for 8 years, and it's a very interesting job. The mayor's given me some great opportunities. We've done some great projects. With that said, it's been a very big challenge. Steve Johnson, who works behind me, he's my assistant. There was not an assistant in the city previous to the mayor authorizing that, but we were one of the few towns of this size that didn't have an assistant director. And Steve works truthfully 80 hours a week, as much as I tell him not to. So I say the work gets done, but it gets done with a challenge, and I'd like it to be a little smoother. That's the biggest issue that I see right now, is that there's a frustration, I would say, and there's a lot of reasons for it, but there's just a frustration in the department of, like I said, we used to have a full-time tree crew. We couldn't get seasonal guys for the last 2 years, so we had skilled guys cutting grass because we had to cut grass. And paving is the same thing. So we want to fill the positions. We want to get, the argument can be pay, and pay is across the board everywhere. I don't think any business is immune to it. I talk to private companies that can't fill positions even with hired salaries. I think the city has a fairly competitive package in regards to what they offer. But there's also people that are looking for, they want the money now. They're not looking down the road for the other things that come into play, the healthcare, the pension, things of this nature. So it is a combination of a lot of factors. And I will say that I probably should have pushed harder to fill more positions. Truthfully, being a good company man, just saying, hey, we're going to do the best we can. But I think, truthfully, this division, this department has reached its breaking point, and that's where we want to go. We want to try to fill the positions and actually do good work for the city.
Have you ever considered using the court system as far as community service, these individuals that can't seem to stop breaking the law? Small tasks.
Yeah.
Have you ever taken advantage of that as far as doing mediocre chores for the Public Works Department?
So, Chairman, I appreciate it. We have done that. And it really depends on the person, because some people are just trying to use up their, get their time allocated. We've had a few that have done pretty well. It's not a big percentage. The training part, the safety part, like cleaning up streets or cleaning up parking lots, you really have to have supervision with them. So that's not really the answer. I mean, right now I was talking to my two foremans, which one was Parks, Tom Hunt and James Carney, like trying to find seasonal people to work. And literally for 3 years, we just can't find anyone. Right now, we have one person. We used to have, 7 or 8, people to help cut grass, do miscellaneous pickups, that kind of stuff. So I think that's the challenge. It's accumulation of everything.
Thank you. Any more questions for Public Works? Alderman Marlowe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you. Hi, Chris. Question for you is, because part of it is we have some positions that aren't staffed, are you finding that you're having to sub out more projects, by hiring private contractors? And I see we have a construction project manager, and would that be one of his roles, that he oversees projects that might be subbed out?
So the construction project manager is a kind of catch-all for everything that we do, and Pat Devine is a local gentleman who's done a tremendous job for the last few years for the city. He just came on board as a full-time employee. Previous to that, he was a seasonal guy. But like right now, as Jim Dunnigan explained, we're doing a project down at the Lisbon Landing, which the mayor initiated. He had a great idea, and he put a pretty tight timeline on it, which is we're going to put a pavilion. It's a 30 by 70 covered pavilion. We're going to get really good pricing for it. We went out to bid with the equipment. So Pat's taking care of that project. He's also taking care of a lot of the paving that we're doing, overseeing the paving. I mean, previous to me working for the city, they really didn't have a paving supervisor, someone that actually stayed with the paving crew to make sure we're getting our value for it. And it was really a bad practice. So he takes care of that. He's done a number of other projects through bathrooms being renovated, one on French Drive, the French Drive project. So we kind of work in a collaborative effect along with building maintenance. So building maintenance is involved with a lot of these projects. We do a lot of things that we're, pulling wires, all the basic things that most people don't see. So that's kind of what that position is encompassing.
Okay, and along with that, are you considering or do you consider subbing out some of the work that we can't do?
So we do sub out some of the tree work that we think is a little bit more complicated. We don't have tree climbers anymore. Previously, a number of years ago, we used to have gentlemen that used to climb trees, and there's a number of city parcels that we can't get equipment into, so they have to be climbed or other avenues to get it. So we do that work, and we also bring in companies to do some stump grinding. Obviously, we use Ito Construction. He was a bidded contractor that's worked for the city, does phenomenal work. As Jim said, he did all the pavers down at Lisbon Landing and the approach, and if anyone hasn't seen them, they should go down. It's actually a beautiful project. It's going to really highlight what's down there. So we use a number of contractors when needed. That's kind of where we stand with it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any more questions for Public Works? Alderman Parente.
Thank you, through you, Chairman. Thank you. I guess this might be for our Director of Finance. When there are so many positions open, where does this money reside? Like, is it in a fund, or how does that work?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Alderman Parente. When the positions remain unfilled, the savings goes into the rainy day fund after the close of the fiscal year. And so the money stays there and may be used at the board's, upon the board's approval for emergency or other additional appropriations in the future. And also to, again, make sure we have a sufficient balance in there to satisfy rating agency expectations and for the financial health of the city. Thank you.
Alderman Gurman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. Chris, just to expand on Alderman Marlowe's contractor question, where is that in the budget? So like Ito's work and some of these other contractors, where is that in the budget?
So Ito Construction typically is taken out of the state or the city bonded money that we bond for sidewalks and paving. This year it's $3 million for construction, so that comes out of that. The other is the contract services in Parks and Highway. I'll get the account number, just give me 1 second. I believe it's 75,000 in the account, but let me just check. Yeah, it's number 584470 on page 65, contractual services, $55,000.
Okay, so everything else is under bonding, funding?
Yes, or if, I'm just trying to think what else would be any kind of other bonded funded project. If we have an example, one of the buildings gets bonded, we'll take it out of that bonded account.
There's also, a lot of the work that's been done is through grants. For example, all the work that's being done down by the Marina, that was all grant funded. The work for like handicap sidewalks, that's all grant funded through CDBG. A lot of the work that's being done for at least sidewalk work is through the grants as of most recent.
Yeah, as Amir was talking about, the ARPA money that came in, that money is for the, down at Lisbon Landing, that work is coming out of the ARPA money that came in. So I apologize, that's not out of the city bonded money.
All right, thank you.
Alderman Arcleola.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. I just have one more question for Chris. Would you mind speaking to the overall condition of the equipment you currently have, like just as an overall?
Sure.
Do you find that the trucks and equipment you use are in good repair, and do you have any wish list items that you don't see on this budget?
Yeah, so I appreciate the question. I would think presently, I mean, I'm always worried. We were very lucky this year with snowstorms. I mean, we had one or two decent storms, and I'm probably a bigger worrier than the mayor, but I'm very concerned about having enough plow trucks. You know, you can't have enough when there's a bad storm, but when there's a light winter, then everyone says, oh, what are you worried about? To fill the positions we have, I'd like to have everybody to have their own truck, especially with COVID, we learned that. So I would say, you know, some more pickup trucks, some more, you know, F-550 plow trucks, and a few more six-wheelers. Our sanitation department is, you know, typically in the private sector, they replace trucks every 5 to 6 years, 7 years at the most. Our recycling trucks right now were purchased in 2011, 2012, so they're 10 years. We've ordered 2, I believe, but, I think we should order at least another 2. And then the single-arm trucks that came on 5 years ago, 6 years ago, they're getting towards, again, that milestone where you should be replaced. With that said, there's a real issue with lead times right now. What used to take 6 to 9 months is now 18 to 2 years. And I think the physical plant, one of the things I'd love to see the board support is we have a building at Parks and Highway that I would like to put a second floor on. The roof needs to be replaced, and it would cost probably about $150,000 to do that, and I think it would be good value for the city. It would give the opportunity to take some of the equipment that we presently store outside to get inside and use the second floor for more of an area that the guys and ladies can, work from. And finally, this is not related to equipment, but I made a mistake, and anyone that knows me knows I'm pretty terrible with paperwork. That's why Steve Johnson is my savior. When you're asking for positions and increases, you're supposed to do a CP 1, 2, and 3, and I didn't do it, but there was 2 gentlemen, I think, in the city that deserve a little bit of a bump, and I know raising people's salary, everyone gets crazy on, but when you have a person that's dedicated, 20 years of their life here and it really cares about the city, one of them is a traffic control person. I'd like to see a stipend or some kind of increase for that gentleman. And then the senior foreman for Parks and Highway, he's been here and he's a very dedicated employee. And again, I think that's something that should be, looked at. And it's not a substantial amount. It's, $3,000 or $4,000, maybe $5,000 a person. And, I just believe that you want to reward people that have dedicated themselves to the city, and I think those 2 gentlemen have.
Just a follow-up. Would you be comfortable emailing us an itemization of your dream list? Like,
Sure.
You mentioned several trucks. You mentioned bumps for a few, well-deserved bumps for a few employees. So
Okay.
we'd like to just have that in one spot. So
Okay.
when we deliberate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Alderman Gorman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris, can you bring us up to date on the recycling situation, where that is? Are we paying now for, how much is it, along with, regular garbage, waste
Sure.
and all that?
So, it's an issue that the board should be looking at. It's not something that is going to jump out at us. We were almost at $80 a ton last year, a year and a half ago, because the commodity market was pretty poor. Right now, we're actually at the lowest we've been in a year and a half. I think it's $33 or $34 we're paying a ton for recycling. The issue we have right now, though, is we're getting a random amount of contaminated loads, which they're charging us, and I think the city has to be more aggressive with, like refusing picking up trash or picking up recycling. There's a lot of people, and I don't know why people don't grasp this. You cannot put plastic bags or styrofoam or any kind of cellophane, plastic, in, not plastic like these bottles, but like wrappers and things like that. Like, most people put a garbage bag in the recycling bin and then throw it into the recycling bin. It just messes up everything up in Shelton. And we have to get more aggressive with actually monitoring that and refusing loads, because it's going to be expensive. The other part is MSW, which is a major issue in the state, and it's going to continue to be a major issue. The plant up in Hartford is going to be closing probably in the next 6 months to a year. It's going to put a high pressure on the whole state to get rid of trash. We're lucky we still have a contract with Wheelabrator and Bridgeport for a burn plant. But eventually that plant is going to have issues too, just like the one in Hartford, and the city should be looking at a long-term plan of how they're going to handle their MSW, our trash.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Public Works? Alderman Giannattasio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, good evening, Chris.
Good evening.
Chris, you mentioned the fact that you took responsibility for not filling the positions. You made a comment that you didn't work hard enough to fill those positions that you need, and we understand that it's a challenge to fill them. So I guess, are you going to be putting a concentrated effort on, you said you'd like to fill some positions immediately. is that at your discretion? Are you allowed to fill these positions, or do you have to speak to the mayor, or is this all completely, at your discretion as far as what positions need to be filled and what positions you want to have filled?
So when I say that obviously it's my department, I'm the Public Works Director, so I take blame for not being more dedicated to doing it, but you get it started in a day, just things get away from you. Issues come up, it could be random things, but resident complaints, anything that goes on. So that's why I'm saying I should be more focused on that. And we have filled in the last month and a half, not that, I know people are gonna leave this and go, well, he's saying in one regard, he needs to fill positions, he hasn't done it. But in the last month and a half, we've really, Steve Johnson and myself have really pushed to get, we've done our truck driver training, we've interviewed a number of custodians, but it takes time to do all this. And that's what I'm talking about. You get pulled away on different things. So our goal is to fill the positions. And when I say I want to be more forceful, I want to make sure that I'm dedicated to the spot where I get the positions filled and we get the guys in here and we train them. So that's pretty much where I'm at.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear because, you've always been very transparent with us on the board, and I didn't know if it was for other reasons that, that the positions weren't being filled for, budgetary reasons. And you did also mention that you have to work within your budget.
Yes.
So, they are budgeted already, so they are being funded, so it's really just a matter of getting them filled.
Yeah, I think Chief Mello mentioned it. When you have a stop, a few years ago, we had a hiring freeze for 6 months, but people still retired. So in order, once that hiring freeze opened up, you still have to fill that 6 or 8 month or 9 month period. And you're always chasing, yourself with that. That's what I'm talking about, being more forceful and being more dedicated. At the end of the day, we need to fill the positions, we need to fill the positions with the right people. And the way the process works is when someone retires, the civil service requires us and the union requires us to post internally. So there is drags. It's not a typical business where you can just put an ad in the paper and hire someone. Civil service requires these things, so you post it internally. If someone internally doesn't apply, then it goes externally. So there's always a drag on things, I would say. It's not a typical private company.
Because, I've said this before, I think that the Public Works Department is the core of the city. And, when I look at your department and I look at you, you're like the right hand of the city. So I think that we all share the same concerns. We want to make sure that you're adequately staffed. And if it's going to take time, then we understand that too. But as long as we know that you're working towards that goal, I think, sooner or later, those positions will get filled. And I think if we can help you with these other people that have been working that you recognize as far as a stipend, because they've, been very dedicated city employees, I think that that's probably in order to take a serious look at that and see if that can be addressed, because I think, that is something that, like you mentioned, that you need to do as a department head. You have to recognize these people that are going over and above. And, if there's anything that we can do to help support that, that's why we're here.
And I appreciate that. I think morale in general, we're one of the departments that during all COVID, when a lot of people were staying home, our guys came in and our ladies came in every day. We didn't have 1 week on, 1 week off. They worked every day. We did COVID protocols. I think some of the buildings over there need some help. That's why, I bring up about having a second floor put on and doing some updates on some of the of the buildings over there. There's one building that's been leaking for a number of years, and so we finally got some money into it, but I'd like to get a little bit more to do it a little bit better. The mayor always laughs at me. My grandmother used to always say, sometimes the most expensive thing is the cheapest in the long run, and you have to invest into your physical infrastructure. It's not always, it's easier to put something like a new bathroom in, people see that, and they use it all the time. But the physical infrastructure at Public Works, we had the opportunity this past fall to pave part of the parking lot. And we didn't pave the whole thing because we want to run some EV charging lines and some other electrical lines and do some other drainage issues over there. But these are the things that, like I said, we want to try to really make people proud when they come by and they say, this is a department that's run well and we're responsive. And getting back to that when I started, that for me is one of the frustrations. We're not as responsive. We still get the job done, like people say, you know, hey, thank you, you know, thank you for doing it, but it's taken a little longer than I'd like to see.
Phil, one last.
And I could appreciate that. You want to be, you know, respond in a quicker fashion. And, you know, I'm sure that the people of the city, that the residents appreciate that as well. So you mentioned the Human Resources Department had their own issues, I guess, with staffing, but are they now working with you to get these positions posted, or, you know, at least getting them in the queue?
Yes. Yeah, definitely, you know.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because I know, you know, it's late and, you know, we're all here, but I think that's the most important part about your department. I think it's always been the staffing. You never had enough people to, you know, to get the work done. So, and I understand, you know, how that goes, and you walk in and you want to do something and you plan on it, but then something else happens and then you get redirected, and, you know, I could relate to that. So.
And I think as a whole, the department has taken on more responsibility in the time that I've been here. An example, I mean, the mayor is very responsive to residents' complaints. And sometimes we differ on, you know, he's the boss ultimately, but I don't always agree. But at the end of the day, you know, if he wants something done, we're going to take care of it. And I'll give you a case in point. You know, this flooding that happened on Monday or Tuesday, I was away, but there was a lot of sand that blew over East Broadway. And he called us and said, hey, can you get down there and clean it up? And we did. And believe it or not, it blew over again on Friday night into Saturday. And so they got another complaint. We went down there 3 times. We picked up, I think we picked up 4 or 5 6-wheelers worth of sand and got rid of it. Now, the guy that called didn't see the sand blowing over on Friday night, didn't realize that we were already there. Our sweeper was there twice, you know, 3 times. We had a loader there for a little bit. Those are the things, but those are the good things that we want to do. We want to be responsive to people's needs, you know.
And just to follow up, Mr. Chairman, and we're also, I know that Alderman Marlowe mentioned the fact of reaching out to outside contractors. Are we utilizing people to do like the catch basins and the vac work, or are we doing that in-house? Because I know that, you know, this time of year, that's really the time to start cleaning the catch basins out on the public streets.
We have our own vac truck, and we do that. The gentleman's been with us for 10 years. He's retiring. Here's a case in point, and now we're going to have to fill that position. He's retiring in May after being with the city for 10 years. We have a street sweeper that is doing a phenomenal job, Jason Merrifield, that is really, I mean, he put some hours in, but we're really making a difference with the streets, getting the streets clean and, you know, trying to get things done.
Well, thank you, Mr. Saley, and I do agree the city has grown even since you started here. I think you said 8 years now.
Yes.
So, you know, we've acquired more open space, we've acquired, you know, more buildings, and, you know, that all ends up, you know, in your department one way or another, whether it's maintenance or remodeling or, you know, repairs, things like that. So we do appreciate what you do. We're here tonight, you know, to, you know, listen and to see what we can do to make it a little bit easier. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Public Works?
I do have one, through
Alderman
you,
Beatty.
Chairman. Just to summarize, I hope you hear the good news that you're appreciated, supported, and the breadth and scope of the work that Public Works does is acknowledged. I know I was, just in the last storm when you were away, speaking of your assistant director, Bayview, called and he went running. So it's a clinical, practicum field placement. He went running and took photos and addressed the residents' complaints. So all that takes you away. But I had an idea, and this is what I'm thinking. Put on a piece of paper the barriers to and the driving forces, how to get these positions filled, or at least some of them, and start. What about if some of that reserve fund that we talked about was used somehow for a paperwork management person to do that? In some places where there are grants, There's a lot of money coming in grants, but the person who's doing the grant in the field can't manage the paperwork and the deadlines of that. And just a half-time administrative assistant is worth $1 billion, literally. And so I'm wondering, maybe we missed that. We've been working against one another, thinking, and the idea is not to blame you for not doing the paperwork, but to acknowledge that there's some impediment to you getting the postings done in a timely way or something, and we're here to help. So I'm going to pursue that with the rest of my colleagues who have, and it's across the board, Alderman Giantanasio, Parente, Occhiolo, and their suggestions, and see maybe that's a solution.
So just as a follow-up, we are in the process of hiring that person through grant money to manage some of these grant projects coming out. There's 4 people that we're in the process of hiring. I think we're very close. I know that there's been interviews that have at least been scheduled for that project grant manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any more questions for Public Works? Seeing none, I will thank you, Chris.
Just a comment. I want to just thank you, and I want to thank Assistant Director Johnson too, because I think you do a tremendous job under-resourced at this time, and I thank you for all of your efforts, because I know your whole team. I've been out and met in the community members of your team, and I know that they work very hard and show up every day, but I think, you know, they're stretched, so thank you.
Thank you.
With no further questions for the Public Works Department, thank you, Chris,
Thank you, Phil.
for your presentation and answering all our questions. I will entertain a motion to recess until Wednesday, April 27th, 2022 at 7 o'clock.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded to recess until April 27th. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? We're in recess. Thank you, everyone.